And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last council meeting of the year. I'll start off with a karakia. Me unoi tātou e te atua tēnei au, tēnei mātou au mema kua poti te hapori o Wanganui. Aurahina ia mātou ki te whakatau nā whakatonga pai, mō te rauhi mō nā tangata katoa, kia piki ai te ora o te hapori, me nā iwi katoa o Wanganui, haumie, huie, taikie. Let us pray, dear God, here I am, here we are, your elected members of Wanganui. Guide us to make good decisions for the district, for all people, to uplift the community and all peoples of Wanganui. Bring forth unity. It is done. First of all, apologies. We have an apology from that the Council accepts apologies of Deputy Mayor Helen Craig and grants leave of absence for this meeting. Happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Josh. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Let's see. Councillor Michael.
I'm a trustee on the Wanganui Education Board. It's not major, but it's worth noting.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Oh, okay. So, yep. So you've not apologised, but you declared the interest, is what you're saying. All right. Great. So, motion to receive the late item that the Council considers the following late items: adoption of annual report for the year end 30 June 2024. Note that this item was not on the agenda because it was not finalised at the time of the agenda was published, and that the report cannot wait until a subsequent meeting because the matter is time sensitive. Obviously, this has been signalled to us. Councillor Ross is happy to move. The seconder, Councillor Glenda. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, some additional information that the following information is tabled with late item: adoption of annual report for the year end 30 June 2024, Whanganui District Council 2024 annual report, draft management representation letter. Have a mover for that? Councillor Philippa, seconder, Councillor Jenny. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. All right. So I've just got a little message for us and for the community. So the highlight of this last month, and for me, and probably for all of us this year, was the reopening of Te Wari o Rehua Sergeant Gallery. For me, it was one of those great days, and I got through to midnight because I didn't want the day to end. There's no doubt our gallery will draw people in from around New Zealand and across the globe and further deepen our identity. In my speech on the day, I said, today we open the doors wide to the world. It is the day that reflects our maturity and right to stand up as a global citizen by taking Wanganui to the world and bringing the world to Wanganui. Our gallery will become a focal point for many visitors to our city and our wider region, connecting Wanganui nationally and globally. Wanganui's identity, the awa, arts, design and creativity and heritage, has shaped our past and will take us forward into the future. Te Wari o Rehua Sergeant Gallery brings these three attributes of our identity together into one. It encompasses these three attributes of our identity on its own. Te Wari o Rehua translates to house of inspiration, is also a wari o toanga, a house of treasure, standing on this hill like a guardian with the river flowing past the mountain to the sea. Everyone will have their own reflections of the day. For me, it has two key areas. One, the bringing together of our community, where we saw people coming together from all around Wanganui, the district, and indeed our regions. Two, the cementing of our identity, as said, encapsulated all in one in Te Wari o Rehua Sergeant Gallery. Ultimately, the gallery is more than just a building. again, to further add to my speech on the day, it is a building that has life, a life force to uplift your people and all our people of Wanganui. In today's council meeting, there is a strong reporting theme. We will receive a full monthly report from LGNZ at about 10 o'clock. We'll receive the council's annual report and receive the chief executive's report. At the end of the calendar year, it's always good also to reflect back in order to look forward to next year. We as a council have achieved a huge amount in the midst of some really challenging times. The annual report is a 228-page document showcasing the incredible breadth of activity that council undertake. Some key highlights for me were the delivery of the 2024-34 long-term plan in the midst of a depressed economy with high inflation, high interest rates and high insurance costs. A review of our governance structure and a review of our council-controlled organisations, which culminated in the winding up of the extra governance layer of Wanganui Holdings and seeing Wanganui and Partners come in-house to council. Both of these have been very successful. We've also seen the introduction of portfolios to match communities of interest. Another focus this year has been local water done well, which is on the agenda today. I believe all elected members across the country accept change is required in how and who manages our water assets. The initial legislation had us in the same waka as Tauranga, Rotorua, Hamilton and New Plymouth, and governance led outside our district as well as ownership taken away from us. Today we will present a number of options, including a preferred option which retains decision-making close to home and ownership of our water assets. Of note is that we have been given a tight deadline of 18 December for expressions of interest for regional deals. We will then have until 28 February to complete a light touch proposal. This is an opportunity, these regional deals, to find critical mass with a wider regional deal either across the Horizons region or my personal preference for a sub-regional deal with Ruapehu and Rangitikei, in addition to local water done well. I've spoken to the mayors of these two districts and iwi hapu. There has been lots of criticism of too many decisions being made for us by central government, so I applaud the regional approach which will seek closer relationships and better partnership with central government. We will, as elected members, take time to agree the content of the regional deal prior to the submission in late February. And I have to say this is pretty late in the piece that we've been given these deadlines, and like a lot of things have been rushed through and puts extra pressure on us, but I think that's the reality. We just need to respond. As we move into the last year of this triennium, many of us have campaigned on various matters we felt important for our community. And I'm hoping for each one of you that those things that you campaigned on that you're starting to see either have happened or are in the pipeline. One of my 5 campaign areas at the time was for a more responsive and streamlined council. Council operations to find efficiencies, cost savings and a review of current assets and future needs. The 6-point plan this included an activity service review of council operations to find efficiencies, cost reductions and a review of current assets and future asset needs. The 6-point plan is part of this response, which is addressed in the Chief Executive's report. And a streamlined and efficient council organisation is not just good practice. All organisations should be doing this. It is also the right thing to do for our ratepayers in order to have the lowest rates possible. We are well underway in delivering a 6-point plan for efficiencies and cost savings, and it is pleasing to read that around 5 million of 13 million has been found to date for this financial year. In addition, the CCO review has been completed and is being implemented, and the governance review has been completed as mentioned. I want to acknowledge that part of the 6-point plan includes a recent restructure. We will have seen cuts, we've all seen cuts across private and public sector in recent times. and I want to acknowledge the staff who have served Whanganui District Council and have lost their roles. Thank you for your service, and I wish you all the best for new employment. I also want to say thank you to our 12 councillors, our independent directors, and the Rural Community Board for your hard work and diligence over this last year. And I think our community don't really understand how much work we do, where we go over and above, I believe, what is typically required. So particular thanks also go to our council staff for your hard work and focus on creating a strong and vibrant Wanganui community. It is also Christmas in, believe it or not, 15 days. So I extend my best wishes to you all, to all council staff and to all our community. Kia ora. Thank you. Right, we need to move to our first item, 6.1, and welcome Gilbert and Graham to the council chambers. And I've known Gilbert for quite a while, in particular, and have visited you over in Whanganui East, so I know exactly where you are. And I just want to say I applaud what you've done, finding members of your community who are equally as concerned about safety as you are, and so I welcome you to come and sit up here. You can both sit up there if you like, and how this really works is you've got 5 minutes or so to present, and we've got 5 minutes of questions as well if they come up. So welcome, and I'll pass over to you, Gilbert.
Thank you. Well, Honourable Mayor and fellow councillors, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you for letting me come along to the meeting. I'm just going to run down what's happened over the last couple of years. There's been an armed robbery at the Big Barrel on Jones Street. Then there's another incident outside the pizza shop, which is number 66 Moana, where an offender had a knife outside the shop, waving it to women inside customers inside the shop. Luckily they managed to lock the front door before he was able to get in. Then with that he went across the road down by Savage Bakery, still with the knife, and started abusing mongrel mob. With that the mongrel mob got the knife off him and stabbed him. He managed to make his way down Duncan Street before he collapsed and ended up Wellington Hospital. Another incident also with mongrel mob. We outside again of the pizza shop. I was inside my shop and heard this yelling and screaming going on. I go out the front door and here's a guy in a van and obviously a mob member abusing the driver through the front window. With that, there was then another mob member on the footpath in a red leather sleeveless jacket, waving a machete above his head. I instantly ran inside, rang 111. There was 2 patrol cars come out with 3 cops, and the woman had a sidearm on, and the other guy had a rifle between his legs. Unfortunately, they got away before the police arrived. The Wanganui Dairy, which is on the opposite side of the road of me, had a smash and grab where they smashed the window on the side window away from the cameras, cleaned out the cigarette cabinet. The offender was later arrested and of only kids. Now the dairies had to put roller doors on both windows, the main door and the side window which was smashed. It is expense, no doubt. And now, to top it off, we now have a tattoo shop right next to me, which is also attracting undesirables. Yeah. So that petition was signed by all shopholders, or most shopholders and residents, because there's quite a few elderly around Whanganui East, that area there, and do fear for their safety with this lot. One thing I will say that since this gang patch law has come in, I have not seen a patch worn. The mob were having like a screen printed shirt on rather than the leather patch, but I haven't seen it either. That's one good thing. There's nothing to say it'll change. So, have any questions you'd like to ask?
Great, thank you very much, Gilbert. Anything you'd like to add?
Just
Graham,
one only asking for 2 cameras. One at outside the craft cordon, which is 54 Moana, and one round the corner by the peach shop, both pointing back facing, because there's a slight bend in the road there,
Right.
and you won't get a full clear picture.
Okay.
And we're not asking to be monitored full time, but if there is an incident happens, that police, or whatever, can go back to those scenes.
Great, okay. Michael, Councillor Michael, you live in the area, so I'm keen to hear your perspective, your question.
Yeah, I'll give my perspective in the comments. But just to clarify your request, you just want recording only, no monetization?
No.
Okay. You don't want any private monitoring?
No.
Okay. And my last question then, darn it, I forgot the question.
Forgotten the question, okay. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm a regular visitor to that area. This is just a question, it's not a criticism. The petition, which was well and truly signed by so many people, the dating of that petition is March and April. There's a bit of a time lag. Is there a reason for that time lag?
The reason was because, even though Andrew and I spoke to each other, I was actually relying on a third person who has regular meetings with Andrew, and I keep on asking.
That's my fault.
Mr. Mayor?
It's my fault.
Okay, that's okay.
I'll take the blame for that. So, it was given to me, I think, at the Ratepayers Association meeting. And there might have been a bit of it, I don't know when that was, maybe July, August or something like that. So, and then it took a while for it to get traction. But yes, that was on me. But the key thing is,
We're here.
you're here. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this petition to us and for all the work that you've put into this. What conversations have you had around this request with police?
I haven't really spoken, only apart from those 3 officers that turned up on the day, I haven't really had a close discussion with them, you understand?
Okay. And is that something that you are willing to do if that looks like a good path to go down?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
great.
I'm here, not just for myself, for the shop owners and local residents.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming along today and presenting us with this petition and speaking to it. My question is around, do you have a group or a collective of retailers over in Wanganui East?
Not really, no.
You know, like we have Main Street here that kind of is a collective that speaks. So and perhaps this is a question for council, does council look after all the footpaths, and it's a contract that we have to, just do like any other street in Wanganui?
I do on a one-on-one. We don't have like a registered group or anything like that as retailers, but I do even around private meeting to let all know that I'm attending this meeting today, and had full support.
Thank you. Yes, I mean it's clear you've got a lot of support here. Thanks for that.
Great. Is there anything you'd like to add, Graham? We'll run
Yeah, thanks for also. I'm supportive of it because Yeah, I spend a fair bit of time walking back and forwards over there. At the moment, a little bit slower than normal, but never mind. But yeah, you do see things going on, and if they can be captured to help people that are running their business to feel safe running their business, that's got to be a plus. It's good to see that we're not having this insignia of those that are causing trouble there, but at the end of the day, people running their businesses have got to feel safe. Their staff have got to feel safe. The public got to as well. And, you know, I've seen things, just minor things that go on, which just happens, and if we can reduce that in some way, well, hey, that's the cream on the milk.
Okay, great. Thank you. So look, I do note here on in the council meeting agenda that the next steps for this are a report providing an operational response to this petition will be included on the agenda for the council meeting on 18th of March next year. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, and you're very welcome to come back to hear how we discuss that and the decision we make on that. So,
And if anything else we can find out in the meantime, we can bring that along at the same time, so you've got some keeping up to date whatever's happened in the meantime.
sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me.
Through you, Worship, without meaning to contradict what's written there, because this potentially is more of an operational matter, there may not be a need to bring a report back to that meeting.
Okay.
We have a process in place with the police for requests for new cameras. We'll put this into that process, and if it goes through and gets implemented and the camera goes up, I don't see a need to
Sure.
slow things down with paperwork. We'll just make it happen. Obviously, there's some criteria we'll need to work through with the police to see whether it's possible or not. But let's
Yeah.
see if we can make things happen.
Good point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Either way, your efforts have been well worthwhile.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Priscilla.
Sorry, Michael. Councillor Michael, you had
A comment.
I'm pretty keen just to. Oh, no, comment briefly.
It's
You're-
very brief. Yeah, you got a resolution anyway.
Okay.
Well, I'll move it.
Okay. Great.
I'll just talk for 5 minutes. No, I won't. What I was actually going to comment was exactly what the Chief Executive actually just said. So thank you, Chief Executive, for pointing that out. Over the last 18 months, Wanganui East has been growing, and there's been more community engagement through the area. It's been really nice to see, and people have been getting on really well. With more people comes more issues. And I myself had a very similar incident about 6 months ago with my boys, with shouting and screaming and threatening behaviour. I don't think the cameras are going to solve this unless they're monitored and the police come out straight away. So I actually am very happy with Chief Executive's recommendation to have these cameras set up effectively by the police, so the police know about them. I look forward to that being resolved. I'll be following very carefully, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right. David. Just bring the microphone close. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that this is quite a significant issue in the rural communities, and largely the rural communities fund these things themselves with a small contribution from the Rural Community Board Fund. So I just want to make, and we do work very closely with the police,
Sure.
which works very well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to, while it's great, David looks, can speak to police and possibly action this quite quickly. I do think as council really would like to see higher visibility of, say, for Wanganui, to this council table or a committee, because that really is the agency that's got, that has got all the number of agencies sitting on it. But I think we have a wider responsibility just about as a council, see what's going on. I mean, Wanganui East has had similar issues. I don't know if they've resolved. There's kind of, obviously not everyone can get their cameras, and there's reasons why not. But I would just, Safe Wanganui did survive the portfolio structure for good reasons, and look forward to seeing some good visibility at this council table of those kind of issues. Thank you.
All right. So no further comments. So I'll put the motion on the screen that the council receive the petition from Wanganui East retailers, customers and residents requesting council install 2 security cameras, one outside 54 Moana Street and another outside 66 Moana Street. So all those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Now, next item, I'm just wondering if we have Mayor Campbell Barry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Gilbert. Thanks, Graham. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, well, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah. So we'll move. We're just waiting for a couple of people from local government, LGNZ. So we'll move to item 7.1 while we're waiting. Minutes of the council meeting held on 24 October 2024. That the minutes of the council meeting held on 24 October 2024 are confirmed as true and correct record. Happy to move. Councillor Peter. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Good timing. Item 8.1, Local Government New Zealand's 4-monthly report, July to October 2024. We have online, on screen, Mayor Campbell Barry and Scott Nicklin from Local Government New Zealand. Mayor Campbell in his capacity as Deputy President of Local Government New Zealand. So welcome, gentlemen, to the Council Chambers in virtual form. And I know Campbell's come straight from another meeting, so you're probably context shifting, but you're very welcome, and look forward to hearing from you in regard to the report from LGNZ. So I'll leave it to you to speak to that, however you want to do that.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak to this 4-monthly report. So, as you mentioned, myself here as the Vice President of Local Government New Zealand and Scott Nicklin as the Deputy Chief Executive. Sam and Susan both put their apologies in. They're currently, I believe, in the Beehive meeting with Minister Jones before later today meeting with the Prime Minister, which I'll have to rush in there for as well. So they do put in their apologies. They would have liked to have been able to be here. So you've got the report in front of you, and what we thought myself and Scott would do is just focus on a couple of areas and then really open it up for any questions that you may like to go into a bit more detail on. So I'm going to cover a little bit about the electoral reform work that our working group is doing, led by Mayor Nick Smith. And Scott is going to touch on the rates toolkit work as well and go into a little bit more detail on that. So for those of you who don't know, basically LGNZ National Council set up an electoral reform working group earlier this year, and this was really designed to understand the issues facing local government when it comes to elections and voter participation. We know all of the stats, and I'm probably preaching to the converted here, show that there's been a significant decline over a number of years in voter participation, much lower than central government elections, and also pretty low when it comes to comparable areas around the world, albeit local government elections generally tend to be lower as well in some of the data we've been able to collect. So without going into sort of all of the key issues which the paper identifies, I just want to acknowledge Simon, who's joined us here as well, who has done a lot of the legwork in preparing that data and information, which the working group has considered. That looks at different voting mechanisms, 3-year terms versus 4-year terms, also how local government elections are run, whether that should be through the Electoral Commission or otherwise, and a range of other issues. And that all forms the paper, which is currently out for consultation and closes in early January. So I'd really encourage all of you to have a think about whether you want to put in a council submission if you haven't discussed that already. But of course, we welcome individual submissions as well. So we're trying to get as much feedback as possible on that paper. We'll then consider as a working group all of that feedback and then take some recommendations to the super local conference later in 2025. So I'll pass it over to Scott and Simon.
Sure, thank you, Campbell, and thanks, Your Worship and councillors, for taking the time this morning to receive our quarterly report. Campbell's just introduced Simon, but Simon's our policy manager, so he's our brains trust. So we'll be able to cover off any policy-related questions. So thanks, Simon, for joining us. I was just going to touch on three key things which came out of the report that you've received, and that's really around rates. So first of all, what's driving rates increases? So we've done a piece of work on that. I'm going to touch a little bit on some work we've done on unfunded mandates, as well as a funding and financing toolkit that we just launched at the combined sector meeting just last week. So look, you'll be very aware of the increases in rates and the pressure on rates. And we wanted to understand and create a narrative nationally around what was behind that. And two parts to that. One was to help understand the pressures on rates and for the public to understand what's driving those, but also to help inform, I guess, the value proposition of local government. And so it was interesting, the research kind of highlighted that bridges are 38% more, cost more to build now than they did 3 years ago. Sewage systems, for example, are up by 30% to build. Roads and water supply, 27% more expensive to build than they were 3 years ago. So that was really what was behind nationally the increase in rates and the pressure on rates. It also highlighted, not unsurprisingly, that inflation was pushing up costs, as it is for everybody. The cost of servicing debt was also a major contributor. Obviously, that will start to come down over the next few years as we see rates starting to bottom out a little bit. But also things like increasing insurance costs, audit costs, etc., which we know has been a major concern for the sector for some time now. All of those things have been raised with the government, and we're working with the government on those. We also released a toolkit on unfunded mandates. We wanted to understand what was driving unfunded mandates and what was the repercussion for councils. And the research really identified that, first of all, ongoing reform puts cost pressure on councils. And often when those reforms are being planned, not enough thought is given to the actual cost implication for councils and ultimately for ratepayers. And not only that, it's also underestimated the cost as well. So there's a kind of a double barrel there. And then there's also sunk costs. So things like, for example, freshwater management, that policy has changed every 3 years. So there's a sunk cost in terms of the ongoing changes that occur. It also highlighted that those kind of cost recovery services don't actually always recover the actual cost of delivering the service. So liquor licensing is one that comes to mind. And lastly, often councils are then forced to absorb those costs by thinking about reducing service levels in other areas. So that was a really interesting piece of work, and if you haven't seen that toolkit, I'd recommend that you have a look at that. From there, we then launched last week a funding and financing toolkit at our combined sector meeting last week. We know that funding and financing is the kind of number one critical issue for councils. That was borne out in the AGM last year when we did a prioritisation at the AGM of all the remits that come up. Appropriate funding models for central government initiatives was number one. And so we've, in recent times, been working on a funding and financing toolkit, and Simon and his team are the brains trust behind that. And it's a practical toolkit, and it's one where we've effectively broken it into three different areas. So identified kind of tier one funding and financing tools, and they're the ones that the government is currently working on. So things like sharing GST on new builds, congestion charging, value capture taxes, etc. So we know that they're in train, and we're working with the government to make those as workable as possible. Tier two are tools that the government has shown interest in, and so things like an accommodation levy, the ratepayer assistance scheme, etc. So all other tools that we can continue to work with the government to help establish and put in play. And then other tools that councils want. So the tier ones are things like incentives for non-residential building, looking at a national rates postponement scheme, infrastructure equalisation funds, increases in FARs, etc. And so that's the Tier 3 toolkits that we know that councils have asked for across the country, and so we're championing those with the government as we speak. The rationale behind this is to be able to ensure that councils effectively have access to a number of different funding and financing tools, and ideally it's at your discretion as to which tools work for your communities and which tools that you want to potentially utilise. Simon, anything you want to add on any of that?
No, really happy to answer questions though, if there are any.
Okay. Thank you. I'll happy to answer any questions on the report or anything that we've talked about today.
Great, and thank you, Simon. You're doing the behind-the-scenes stuff, but I no doubt you've had a major input into this, so thank you. And thank you to the LGNZ team for this report. It's probably a whole lot of people inputted into this. And thank you also for all the great work you do for local government across New Zealand. You're a busy little team. So I'll kick things off. My question is around the electoral reform. This, I imagine, came out of the Future for Local Government work, and a lot of that fell by the wayside, but this seemed to stick. Obviously, a new government coming in place. So my question is there much... is central government, well, the current government, I guess, open to this to four-year terms? Is it something they're keen to discuss further with you?
Yeah, I think Mayor Nick Smith, well, he said to me in our first meeting, hey, I wouldn't be doing this work if I thought it was going to fall on deaf ears. So he's certainly looked to engage the minister, I think leverage off some of his relationships with the current government to ensure that there is a willing audience at the end of this process. And also what we've worked really hard on is to make sure there's also that cross-party support as well. So that's also made up in a reflection of the working group. So I think that there is an opportunity here to put forward some recommendations that the government will take seriously. Probably the biggest opportunity is within the coalition agreement, the fact that they've agreed to doing a referendum on a 4-year term for central government. It would make sense if that was also replicated for local government to do that at the same time. And that may well be something that comes out of the paper, but of course we want to see what everyone has to say before we start to take those positions. But I think there is a willingness to take on whatever comes back out of this process.
Okay, great, thank you. My second question is around, I think it might have been you talking about it, Scott, was the unfunded mandates. This is something that it rolls off the tongue pretty well, that phrase, but it is actually very real, and my conversations with current government ministers is it seems to be a lack of sympathy for that. This is the price of democracy is the kind of general response. And what sort of traction are you getting with the coalition government around unfunded mandates? In other words, I guess the funds need to come from either the ratepayer or the taxpayer, but the taxpayer burden is the ratepayer burden is far higher than the taxpayer burden because it's spread amongst a smaller number of people.
Thank you. Yes, look, happy to talk to that, and Campbell and Simon might want to join in. So certainly there's been several conversations with the government, and there is certainly an interest in understanding the impact of those unfunded mandates. So that toolkit certainly served its purpose in terms of, first of all, I guess, communicating to local government, but also to ratepayers, but probably just as importantly to the government. And I guess it's connected to, I think, the regional deals and to the wider funding and financing toolkit. So if we're in a position where unfunded mandates are still potentially, I guess, being put on local government, if local government has then got the ability to look at funding and financing tools to offset that, then that goes a long way to ensuring that those additional pressures aren't directly put on local government or ratepayers. And interestingly, the regional deals framework that was put out by us and then broadly picked up by central government effectively looked at ensuring that there was a partnership approach, that there were funding and financing tools as part of that, and then there was kind of alignment and commitment to long-term planning. So I think that's all linked with that as well. So can't give you a definitive that we've solved that problem, but certainly there are ongoing conversations, and we're certainly getting some understanding from central government around the importance of ensuring that services are funded appropriately.
Thank you. Right.
I might, if I may, through you, Your Worship, just add two additional points. The first is there's a lot in the Forward Work programme for Minister Brown that could help address some of these unfunded mandates, and also Minister Bishop. The first is the government is looking at increasing the ability for councils to fully cost recover across a range of things, and that could help address and offset some of those unfunded mandates, turning them into funded mandates. Certainly, some of the increased benchmarking around parking fines and those sorts of things has been useful to offset that. We still will argue that council should be in control of setting those fees deliberately. The second is Minister Bishop's view that growth should be paying for growth, and some reform around development contributions might be able to address some of the unfunded mandates that are created through development. And I guess also just as well as a systemic approach that we're taking that Scott has outlined, we through our submissions process identify and try to quantify the impacts of individual pieces of legislation on local government and try to address that. Local Water Done Well Bill 3 will be an opportunity for that, as the last one was. Same with RM reform, both of those are expected this week. There'll be a number of other pieces. I guess a request from us is when you're quantifying what the impacts are for you as a council, sharing that with us is super helpful for us to be able to point to the real impacts on local government of these things.
Great, thank you for adding to that. Question from Councillor Rob Vincent.
Thank you. Just on another point that's on your report there, the Moata carbon portal. I'm just interested in finding out what that is. I'm aware that in the UK there's a league table of all local authorities that measures their carbon footprint performance. Is that what this is, or how does it work?
Thank you. I'm happy to answer that question. So it's effectively a way of capturing embedded carbon in infrastructure projects, particularly kind of the laying of pipes, etc. And so it's a tool that can be used to capture and understand the cost and ramifications of the carbon that's been captured in that embedded.
Okay.
And then it can be used to do a carbon baseline across all infrastructure projects. It's not, it potentially has the ability to become, I guess, a wider kind of benchmarking tool, but that would obviously be dependent on greater uptake. And at the moment, that facility is not there at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions, so I propose that we move the motion on the screen that Local Government New Zealand's 4-monthly report, July 2024, that the Council received the report, LGNZ 4-monthly report, July to October 2024. Although, Councillor, anyone happy to move? I'm happy to move. Councillor Josh, Councillor Charlotte, second. Do we have any comments on this item? Councillor Charlotte, you're very quick off the mark.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to give my thanks to LGNZ for your ongoing support and advocacy for local government during what has been quite a trying and difficult time. So thanks for all your mahi. Keep it up.
All right, thank you, Charlotte. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And just because there weren't a lot of questions, that's not an indication of our interest in your report. There's a lot of really good stuff in there, and it's given us a lot to think about, and we seem to be on the same page, which is wonderful. So look, just keep working at it, because we really appreciate what the benefits will be to Wanganui and the wider country. Thank you.
Right, no further comments, and I will just round it off by repeating how I started, and that was once again to say thank you to LGNZ for all you do for the governance arm, Campbell, and also for the operational arm. If you could pass on our thanks from Whanganui District Council, that would be much appreciated, and look forward to seeing you around the traps in 2025.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen as I've just read out. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Right. So next item is the late item that was announced at the start of this meeting, which is the adoption of the annual report for the year ended 30 June 2024. We have, I think, Chris Webby online and Chief Financial Officer Mike Firma. So welcome, Chris. I'll leave it to you to comment.
Thank you. I will make a few comments and then hand it over to Chris to talk through his audit opinion. So I sent through an updated version of the annual report this morning. Obviously you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. The changes to that, which was sent through on Friday, was around the tax and reclassification of some of the lines within the funding impact statement and the cash flow statement. There's been no changes to the line items in the P&L, profit and loss before tax, or the balance sheet. The annual report is a very large document with a lot of information. However, it really is an important document, an important accountability document. That is a long-term plan. In the long-term plan and annual plans, we tell the community what we plan to do and how much we believe it will cost to deliver our plans, our levels of services. The annual report closes the loop and it informs the community what we have actually delivered and how much it costs to deliver those services. I realised that after writing the officer report, it was another long report with a lot of numbers in it. But if I had to do a very high summary of the annual report, it really is in paragraph 5 of the officer report, where it says the results of the annual report are consistent with that reported to the Operations Performance Committee in September. That is, overall council has successfully delivered services to its community as measured against key performance measures. And as I read through the annual report, it does highlight a lot of good results that council achieved for the year, and Mayor Andrew mentioned that in his opening comments. However, while it has been financially prudent, it has incurred additional costs, some of which have been significant, particularly in the roading activity. Council has also delivered additional unbudgeted services projects such as the Streets for People project. We do have a qualified audit opinion for a couple KPI measures, which Chris will talk about. And also in the officer report, I've mentioned some benchmark ratios that we haven't met. The benchmark ratios were designed to assess whether council is prudently managing its finances. We didn't meet 4 of the 7 ratios. Look, we do acknowledge the concept of the benchmark ratios is are really good. However, sometimes they are breached for good reason. And this year there are common themes. for why we breached a ratio, such as the refinancing of the holdings debt through council, which was not budgeted for in the previous long-term plan, high inflation, high depreciation due to high asset revaluations and new assets we've built which have high depreciation. And so as we don't rate fund depreciation, that in itself causes us to breach some of the ratios. I've included a draft management letter of representation. We can provide a signed copy for those who want one. One of the recommendations is for council to provide a similar letter of representation to audit. And finally, while I don't myself have a great deal of input into the annual report, I do want to acknowledge the work of finance and policy. There are a couple individuals who have lived and breathed the annual report for the last 3 to 4 months. Also want to acknowledge the work of audit. There have been some very late nights and weekends to complete the audit in time for today's adoption. So having said that, I will hand it over to Chris to talk about the audit opinion.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. First off, I'd like to just thank everyone involved in the annual report. It's definitely a big task, and I'd like to thank them for their assistance, especially given the tough year that you all have had with regards to the long-term plan and then the annual report. So I'd just like to say thank you to start with. With regards to the audit, the key areas of focus that were included in our audit plan, we've been able to address those throughout the audit, and the key ones related to revaluation of land and buildings, valuation of investment property, fair value assessment of infrastructure assets, and management override. With regards to the opinion, I'm going to be able to issue a clean or unmodified opinion over the financial statements. But as Mike said, with regards to the statement of service performance, there's 2 measures within it which I'll not be able to give a clean opinion on. So with those 2 measures, I'll have to qualify. And one of those measures relate to the measure that I qualified on last year, which relates to wastewater and water response time. So that was just around the completeness. So council have updated their system going forward, but unfortunately it wasn't updated till around October, so there's nothing that I could do with our audit procedures to get assurance over the first 4 months. And then the second measure, which is getting qualified, is just around the road smoothness. So it's just around the estimate traffic data. So what we looked at was some of the estimated data is just a little bit old at the moment. So it's not saying the result is wrong, but I just can't say it's materially correct because some of the data could be outdated, and with updated estimated traffic counts, that could change your result. So there's nothing that I can do as part of my work to ensure it's fully correct. I'd like to note as well with that measure, a few councils around the country have had similar issues. So you're not the only one with this qualification. I'm happy to take any questions at this stage if anyone's got any questions about those measures or anything else about the audit.
Great, thank you. So obviously we've had only a little bit of time to look at it, but it sounds like things are in good shape. So I will, Councillor Charlotte, your first.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question is actually for Mike. In your summary, you talked about unbudgeted expenditure for roading. Can you just give us a little bit more information around that? And is the increased expenditure due to changes in funding from Waka Kotahi, or is it predominantly due to significant information costs?
The main additional cost there is for emergency roading works. We did get subsidy from Waka Kotahi, not at different rates, but the additional spend was around $9 million, and we got around $7 million. So there was a gap there that we had to fund.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure, probably it's a question to Mike, a couple of questions to you, Mike, just from the paper this morning as such. I wonder if you could just explain, it's on page 7, 34E, where it talks about the increase of 11.4 million in regard was the result of council's equity contribution to the Port Limited Partnership, and the explanation that it was originally budgeted as capital expenditure but subsequently treated as equity investment. Could you explain as in basic terms as possible to myself and people listening in what that actually means?
In very broad terms, council has budgeted to fund the Wanganui Port Limited Partnership to do the port revitalisation project. When we originally budgeted that, we budgeted as capital expenditure because the work being done on the ports is capital expenditure. However, because the limited partnership themselves are doing the work and not council, for the limited partnership is capital expenditure. For council, it's actually us purchasing units in the Port Limited Partnership, which is an equity contribution, to pass money over to the limited partnership so they themselves can complete the capital expenditure.
Thank you. And just, I don't know if you're able to answer this, but just, if I'm correct, just in regards, I mean, I know this is the annual report looking back, but it was the initial contribution from council was 12.5 million, I believe, and the added final hope, I believe, is an extra 19 million has gone through processes and been approved. So this 11.4, is that, has there still, have we still got some cash to or some investment to come in years, in this year or next?
The council has budgeted the total project, and it was reported in the long-term plan consultation document. We've budgeted the total project to be, I think, around $49.3 million, with the Crown contributing 12.5 and council contributing around about $37 million. The limited partnership has completed or close to completion the first phase of that work. We have budgeted that first phase to be completed in the prior year. It's taken a little bit longer than what we anticipated, and that's why we have this variance here. So there's been no indication at this stage that what we have budgeted in the long-term plan annual plans is not sufficient to complete the work.
Thanks, Mike, and well done from memory getting all that out. The second question, I guess, is just around in page 8, the cash flow statement talks about, it just talks about in C around the higher finance costs due to on-lending to Wanganui District Council holdings. I guess my question is, yep, that's we fund holdings as our CCO. It's got, there's costs with it, there's finance costs. I guess the basic question is, does holdings pay back all of those costs and any, what's the word, surplus, I guess? I mean, is the ratepayer in the end, are we receiving back, I mean, obviously there's dividends and there's things around investment and what we want to achieve around dividends, but is there an actual, is holdings paying its loans and interest, and in the end, are we cash neutral there or in a positive position? I mean, does that kind of make sense? I know there's obviously loans to be paid back and dividends to be made in years to come.
I understand your question. So Holdings has chosen to refinance its external debt through council. That is, council is the bank to Holdings. We have refinanced their external debt through council loans, and we charge them market rates, and they have paid their interest through to council. There's nothing outstanding there. They still owe the loans. They haven't repaid the principal, but they have met their interest costs. The interest council incurs in ourselves borrowing that money to on-lend through to Holdings comes within our finance expense. The income we get from holdings as they pay interest through to us is an income and comes under finance income. So it's a different line to what this one here is. We had budgeted in the 23-24 year to receive, I think, around about 500,000 from holdings, or just under 500,000. We haven't received that from them.
Thanks very much for answering those, Mike. Appreciate it.
Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. I was going to ask the question that Philippa has just asked, so I'll move on. Just for the information of the public, where it says the subsidies and grants $15.6 million higher due to the timing of the Sargent Gallery redevelopment, it might be taken that there's an extra 15.6 being raised. That is not the case, is that correct?
That's correct. Some of the variances here, which I've mentioned in the beginning of the report, is due to the annual report compares the actual expenditure for that year against the budget for that year.
Yeah.
And some of the budgets were budgeted in the previous year, and
Yeah.
the budgets aren't carried over into the annual report budget figures. So that's where the variance is, the timing of
Yeah.
when we receive the grants.
Okay. And the other question is on 38, the carbon credits revaluation. Now, I see that 23 there was a revaluation downwards of 1.2 million, and a revaluation upwards this time of 323,000. So, are you giving any consideration to selling those carbon credits?
Somehow I knew you'd be asking a question on carbon credits. So we have 34,879 carbon units.
Yeah.
$50 was the price as of the end of June, which gave a value at that point in time of 1.752 million, which was interestingly a 23% uplift from a year before. So as far as whether we use those carbon credits, that's a question to come back to elected members, either through an annual plan discussion or through a paper through to a committee meeting. But this report itself here doesn't focus on that particular question.
So the previous year must have been more than a 50% reduction, wasn't it?
It was a significant reduction the year before. I think at that point in time there was a reduction, a short-term reduction in the unit price, but they started recovering post the 30th of June previous year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, thank you. It's an enormous amount of work by a lot of people, but led by you. Fantastic. My question probably would be best to the Chief Executive. In the late items document, Mr. Langford, item 46 and 47, this is about roading performance measure. The average quality of a ride on a sealed local road network measured by smooth travel exposure. And my question relates to item 47, where we provided insufficient data for the audit. We did 1% sampling over the past 2 years. Council's committed to improve its processes. My question is, what percentage would we be aiming for to satisfy an audit report?
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, I think the salient question is more, what do we need to do to satisfy our asset management practices so that we maintain the quality of our roads, which should also satisfy audit. I would say that given the typical lifespan of the seal of our roads, we should probably be measuring somewhere between 5 and 6% of our roading network in a year, so that you can complete a full lap of our network before the seals reach the end of their design lives.
Councillor Charlotte.
Yeah, just supplementary question to that. So within our roading network, do we include footpaths in that assessment?
Through Your Worship, we do footpath condition assessments. It's done via a different process, but short answer, yes, we do.
Thanks.
All right. So no further questions. I'm happy to move that the council adopts the annual report for the year ended 30 June 24 and provides an audit letter of representation to Audit New Zealand. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Charlie. Do I have any comments on this item? Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Yeah, well, first of all, this once again is a reflection of the very professional financial management that is practiced by this council, and I think the public should have a lot of confidence in the way this council is managed. It is ironic, though, that we are now looking at the annual report for the council for March. For June 2024, when the NZICPA annual report has only been done up or received by the public to 2022, and we keep getting told that it's coming. I would like to see it timely like this one is, and so I do hope that there isn't going to be further delay in publishing that report, because there's a lot of public interest in it. I did raise the point about the carbon credits. It's quite a valuable investment that this council has there. It's 2.162 million on today's price. So I think the question, given what Mike has told us here, that we had to write it down by 1.2 million in the 2023 year, and we've had an increase of the 323. It is fluctuating. It has done over the last couple of years quite significantly. There is confidence that it will continue to rise, but not at a great rate. And I think the time is now when council should be considering what to do with that 2.162 million. It may continue to rise over the next 12 months. It may not. But I think there are uses that this council could put this money to. And we're talking about things like emergency housing. We're talking about creating maybe a future fund of some sort. This appears to be the time to start talking about that. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. This is our annual report, 230 pages and counting. This is a document that will be up shortly on the website. This is our accountability to our community. This is where we spent your money and incomes other than rates. When the public want to query a particular item and say, you've done nothing with our money, what have you done? I would respectfully say to those making that reasonable comment, without some emotion, to go to the annual report. It's got a lovely index. Go to the item of interest, have a look at what we've done and any explanations, and then query it if you wish to, bar 2 items that are being followed up, which are not serious in nature. We've got a good report card, and I would encourage the public to access the annual report, because that's our accountability to you. It's also my rates as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. First, big accolades to the finance and policy team who put heart and soul into producing this result. As always, outstanding work, and we really, really appreciate the efforts that you put in and the extra time that you put in. So don't think it goes unnoticed, because it certainly is noticed. With regards to the actual audit opinion, and I should have phrased this part as a question so that Chris could have a right of reply, so I do apologise in advance, Chris. But with regards to breaches for good reason, so the financial side of it, got a clean report. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. The
statement of service performance, however, had a minor qualification and for breaches for good reason. And I just really wonder, with regards to the audit process and the audit terminology, that some other terminology could be used, because I would have thought that any form of qualification of any statements is not a good or comfortable thing for someone to have, for an organisation to have. However, in this situation, I mean, it's for good reason. So I just think it diminishes actually the use of the term qualification by actually applying them in these circumstances. And again, Chris, I apologise, you don't have right of reply to my comment, but it is something I think I say it every year, and it's just really unfortunate that this happens. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I was about to do that. Would you like to comment on that, Chris?
If I'm allowed.
I've allowed you to. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So it is unfortunate, and it's just a terminology that's the auditing standards require. But yeah, there's no other way that, unfortunately, I can put it in the opinion. Hopefully a reader will actually read the opinion and see that it says, except for those measures in another section, the rest of the statement of service performance is appropriate. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But unfortunately, my hands are tied.
So just a final comment from me. Just want to say thank you, Chris, and once again thank you to the council officers. My one says 228 pages to wrap up the council's year is a massive effort, and I would encourage, just I think echoing Councillor Ross's view, that I'd encourage our community to maybe not read the 228 pages over your Christmas reading period, but at least take some time to understand what council does, because it's an incredibly complex, varied business, and we're all here to serve our community, to make Wanganui a better place. And that's probably my wrap up, is that ultimately this council is in a very good state. We've got manageable debt, unlike many of our counterparts across the country. Our 3 water assets are in very good shape. Our Standard & Poor credit rating is very high. All of this annual report and all of the things I've just mentioned translate into what it feels like on the ground. So I've talked to visitors from Wanganui, particularly in recent times as they've come to Wanganui to visit the Sargent Gallery. I've talked to our local community, and there is a sense that something is happening in Wanganui that is different from the rest of the country. And the translation of all the work that we do as council, as elected members, as council officers, and even I was last week, went to the International Volunteer Days to honour our volunteers. All of this makes up for Wanganui having a point of difference, in addition to the other points of difference we've got, which is a strong, vibrant, supportive community. And ultimately, that's what this is about. We've got work to do. Don't get me wrong. There is lots of work for us to do, but compared to other centres around New Zealand, we are in a very good position. So I just want to commend all of us for where we are towards the end of this year. All right. So no further comments. Put the motion on the screen that the council adopts the annual report for the year ended 30 June 2024, and B, provides an audit letter of representation to Audit New Zealand. All those in favour? All those against? Motion is carried. Right, thank you. The next item is item 8.2, variation to Wanganui Education Trust deed proposed name change. That the council resolves to approve as a party to the deed of trust the proposed change of the Wanganui Education Trust name to the Wanganui Education Trust. Welcome, Louise. Yeah, Okay, I'm assuming this one's going to be pretty quick. So, Councillor Cates happy to move, and I think Councillor Glenda's second. But I'll allow you a moment to speak to this so that the rest of the public understand. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a very straightforward item, as I'm sure you appreciate. And just to summarise, really, as one of the parties to the Wanganui Education Trust, your approval has been sought to effectively change the name of the trust through a spelling amendment, which is to put the H in Wanganui. The other two parties to the deed of trust, which is the Rotary Club of Wanganui and the Wanganui branch of the New Zealand Law Society, have agreed separately to this change already. And should you agree to the proposed name change, then a formal application will be made to the New Zealand Companies Office to effect the change. So, any questions, I'm happy to take.
Do we have any questions? I assume not. No questions. So, we've got a mover and a seconder. So, do we have any comments to this? Comments? No comments. Okay. Okay. So we do. Yes. No. Yes.
Just a context. So, when we were strategically realigning the Education Board, we were looking at websites and branding, and obviously the name being inconsistent with what is currently used throughout the whole region. It made it harder for the Education Trust to actually do its job as well. So there's multiple reasons for this. So thank you.
Great. Yeah. All right. So no further comments. So all those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. So I'm going to suggest we have a 10-minute break back at 11 o'clock, just for yeah. Thank you. So thank you everyone, and hope everyone had time to refresh. Moving to item 8.3, Wanganui Community Arts Trust. That variation to Wanganui Education, oh no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, Wanganui Arts Trust. That the council agrees there is nothing that the council can offer the trust. So we have, do we have, oh there you are, Sarah, yeah. So welcome, Sarah. I'm happy for you to speak to this.
Thank you. First things first, welcome to the members of the Trust that are here today. The Wanganui Community Arts Centre Trust, and from this point on I'll just refer to them as the Trust, have been discussing the matter of the increase to their ground lease following a scheduled 5-year review conducted earlier this year. And that review is effective for the next 5 years from the 11th of June 2024. This review has resulted in the rent increasing from $8,250 per annum plus GST to $23,000. In simple terms, this is what's been happening to land values across Wanganui over this period, and certainly since COVID. The lease arrangement has been a commercial one for many years. The Trust is seeking relief from Council as the new rent is unaffordable for them, although they have recently informed Council officers that they can afford $15,250 a year. So what we're talking about today, if we're just talking about the ground lease, is the difference of $7,750. The Trust owns the building and the land is owned by the Port Company. A registered ground lease is in place, and council staff conduct the administration work associated with the Port Company's property portfolio. The Port, broadly speaking, the Port Company have been tasked with, through council, to operate a commercial operation. Strictly speaking, and based on our current policies, Office's recommendation is that nothing happens here. The reason for this, as well as our existing policies, is that there are other ways that the council can support community groups like the Trust. So, for example, the Trust could have lodged an application for the community grant funding, which closed earlier this year. Similarly, the Trust could apply for rates remission, and remission is available through the policy that's titled Community Sporting and Other Organisations. And to date, the Trust has done neither of these things. That said, and in the spirit of looking to find a solution, officers have noted two other options, option 2 and option 3, and one of those is preferred, if that's the point that we get to. Both of these options do fall outside of our policies, and therefore we have an obligation to inform decision makers how they're outside the policies and where it bumps into the Local Government Act. So in this case it bumps into section 80, which speaks to inconsistent decision making. In the legislation it refers specifically and says that where inconsistent decisions are taken, they need to be taken in an open and transparent way, and that there are reasons why departure from current policies is appropriate. In addition, we need to provide you as officers with information about what the risks are associated with those inconsistent decision making, and how we might be able to mitigate those risks and issues. We also need to point out that if we make inconsistent decisions, should we therefore then review the policies where we've made those inconsistent decisions to bring them in line with the decision making. The second and third options are inconsistent with our policies. Option 2, which is to provide a grant, is deemed, we could decide to provide a grant for the period June 24 for the 12 months. We can mitigate the risks associated with that inconsistent decision by receiving a full community grant application from the Trust and having the same sort of accountabilities applied that we could negotiate subsequent to this decision or any decision that we put in place with other community groups where they apply for a grant. Looking at the community grant policy as it stands today, and noting that we've recently reviewed the policy through a working group, it is likely, based on the criteria, that the Trust would have access to this funding through that criteria, through that policy, through that grant, sorry. Option 3 is more problematic from officers' point of view to mitigate, and officers do recommend against this option. The land, if to be purchased, is to be purchased at market rent. So yes, we've had a market rental assessment done on the ground rental, not on the land, although that does give an indication in the market assessment valuation. And any purchase would be loan funded and through unbudgeted expenditure. The purchase itself doesn't address the unaffordability issue. So a subsequent bespoke lease arrangement would need to be put in place. Rough order estimate of cost for this is in the vicinity of $20,000 to $35,000 per annum. So that's taking into account the interest payments for the loan borrowing and any subsidised market rent. The inconsistencies to policies with this option, the purchase of the land, is twofold in my and officer's view. The property portfolio has been tasked with improving return in the most recent long-term plan, and we've got revenue targets associated with the property portfolio. So any purchase of, well, if we decided to purchase this land and then subsidise the rent, we're bumping up against that policy. Normally speaking, leases and associated costs for leases are arrived at in one of two ways. The first way is through a community lease, through using our community lease policy. Our current policy generally targets open spaces and reserved land and buildings, and specifically precludes CBD buildings. The second way that we determine lease prices is through a market appraisal, which is what we've done with this property. So we've arrived at a market lease. So officers' opinion is that this becomes far more challenging to mitigate the risks associated with this third option. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm sure there's questions.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, lights are on. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I want to ask a question and then I want to make a suggestion, if I may. And my question is either to you, Sarah, or to the Chief Executive. If this matter was not resolved until the new year, when we're looking at the extra community funding that we've provided for in the annual plan that's as yet unspent, what would the approach be from the landlord, i.e. the chair of the Ports Board?
With respect to the outstanding or the
short
differential
paid
in the
rent.
price?
Yeah.
Have you talked to Mark?
Through your worship, I haven't raised that very specific question with Mark Peterson, but from general conversations I've had with him, I think that he would be agreeable so long as the matter was resolved sometime before the end of the financial year. But like I say, that's my take on the conversations, without having asked him specifically.
Thank you. So I guess my suggestion is that we would let this matter lay on the table until our meeting of the 18th of March, and we consider it in the context of hopefully we would have had an application for a rates remission before then, number one, and number two, we consider it in the context of what are we going to do with the rest of that unbudgeted or unspent community funding money in March, because we're going to need to get on with it and decide what we're going to do, and I'd like to do it in a kind of cohesive sort of fashion. So yeah.
Just on the point of rates remission, just for everybody's awareness and to support appropriate information for decision making, the rates are $5,500 and 17.
Sorry, can you move the microphone closer?
Pardon me?
Microphone, yeah.
Oh, sorry. The rates are $5,500 and $1,700 of those
Closer
rates
again.
are targeted rates.
Bring it
Sorry.
right- bring it right up.
So up to $3,726 is able to be considered for remission. And the Trust has made it clear to us this year that the difference, they've recently let us know that they can come up with $15,000. So I know we're talking ground lease and rates, but doesn't quite close the gap for the Trust.
Thank you for clarifying that. There will still be a gap that we'd have to fix.
Yep.
So my understanding is if I was to move, I can't move a motion to let the matter lay on the table until one of the options have been first and seconded. So that is what I suggest we do, is effectively carry the matter over until the new year. The landlord's sweet, he'll be, I'm sure the Chief Executive would be in contact, or Sarah, and we can resolve it in March, at our meeting of the 18th of March. Don't make it.
Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. My question's a little broader than the scope of the recommendation, so I hope it's allowable. But just given that this particular matter concerns a community group that is obviously renting a premises operated on land owned by the port company, how broad is this issue potentially in terms of other community groups who may find themselves in a similar situation? And further to that, I would think that if there is an issue, that we should be looking at it as a totality at the same time, so that we don't take an ad hoc approach to these matters as they come up and surprise us.
I can speak generally to that, Councillor Josh. There are other parcels of land that transferred from council ownership to port company ownership a few years ago that are not strictly speaking commercially commercial parcels of land. So, for example, the Sailing Club is a very small parcel of land right on the riverbed that falls in a similar situation to the Trust. Having said that, it was identified at the time as falling into a community type situation, and there are a number of parcels, that one included, that have been flagged already as parcels to come back to council for the reason that we're discussing today, and for other reasons such as there's a couple of very small blocks down on Taupo Quay that just need to come back to us because there's a culvert sort of thing there, so it didn't make sense at the time for it, but it did. So now it needs to come back. So there's a couple of categories, so that's sort of public good type category. So yes, there are some small parcels of land that are in similar situations. They have different arrangements in place because of their location primarily, and also, primarily just because of the location.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. And just briefly on Kate's point, I'd suggest that if the matter does lay on the table, that we use it as an opportunity to have that broader conversation at the same time.
Absolutely.
Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your very succinct report. My question is something you may not wish to answer, but I'll put it. 90% of our community leases under our portfolio, those community organisations that lease our buildings and parks and reserves, most of them are subject to a 90% commercial value discount. So some of these community organisations, like Otamatia Dog Training, are paying about $280 a week, correct? Possibly, roughly. That's one question.
So the community lease policy, there is a prescribed calculation, and the range of subsidies available, the level of the range of subsidies available is from 60% to 90%. There are a number that are on 90%, and then there are some that are on 60% and in between.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the key difference that I would like to point out there, though, Councillor Ross, is it's that example, it's council reserve and open spaces land, which is what the policy is intended to cover.
Yes. So that's my second question. So that leads to my second question, which is because the Community Arts Centre has for, by my guess, about 35 years since it's been around, it's actually sat in the port entity portfolio, which is profit focused. And I get that. So my question then is $280 per year versus $23,000 a year for a community organisation that's not for profit. Would that not suggest, even if we do delay it, that there should be an indication that this organisation or that policy, which is excluding buildings in the CBD, could be looked at because of that huge gap?
So I think you're asking that when we review the community policy, we take this parcel into consideration?
Separate to our decisions today, yes.
So Elisa's going to help me with that question.
Sorry, not.
We cannot extend our policies to the port. We've been told quite clearly we can't do that. So you have other remedies available to you, which I think have been presented around providing a financial contribution through community grants or bringing that land back into council control. This policy can't extend to cover the port.
So I'm finishing. The reality is that a not-for-profit community organisation of 35 years, because of our current arrangements, is in a commercial setting and is up for $23,000 a year. That's the reality?
Yeah, it is a reality. It's a market commercial rent, which has been that way for a number of years. Yeah, and prices have got to the point where it's become unaffordable for the trust. So the condition, I guess, what I'm trying to say there is that the conditions of the lease haven't been problematic until it's become unaffordable. And I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, and just a correction, 40% to 90% is the range of rental subsidies, not 60 to 90.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we want it to lie on the table until next year, we need someone to move and second one of the options.
Correct.
And then I'm just foreshadowing that I'll move a procedural motion that it lay on the table.
Correct. So you're happy to move, Councillor Glenda, to second. That's
Which option?
This one here.
Yeah.
Okay. So no, that's fine.
So if we've moved and seconded, I'll move a procedural motion that the item being discussed should be adjourned to a specified time and place and not be discussed further at that meeting. And the specified time and place is a council meeting on the 18th of March 2025.
Right.
26.2E stipulates that under 25.1 we must see two speakers to the motion before proceeding motion.
Okay, so I've foreshadowed that.
So,
you might want to let your foreshadows.
so I'll need to
Not that
take
anybody was setting me up to fail, were they, Michael?
So can I just interrupt there? 24.6 further on. Is that the one? No, 24.6 also talks about the chair's, also, or in the chairperson's opinion. So I'm going to override your ruling, Councillor Michael. So that's the procedural motion to let the item lie on the table has been written as it says. Councillor Charlotte, you've had your microphone on. Do you want to add to this conversation?
Well, I just wanted a point of clarification, but it's moved now, so that's fine. I'll speak to it when the time is. What?
Sorry, can I just
What?
I just want to.
Well, wait, can we vote on it?
No.
But this is ridiculous.
What?
I mean, hang on. Well,
Okay, before I'll come back to you, Councillor Charlotte. First of all, I just want to make sure we get the wording Okay, yep. So, first of all, Councillor Kate, can I just refer to you? Are you...
I have a different view to you, Kate.
So can we just, I just want to sort this out. So,
I mean,
just,
it's all
no, excuse me, sorry. I just want to make sure we have the wording okay in your view. Councillor, I'll come back to you, Councillor Charlotte.
Doesn't make sense.
Full discussion of why, I would just stop it at this meeting, full stop. I mean, the context is, what's been talked about is the community grants option, the contexting that Josh talked about in terms of if there's any other parcels that are being treated like this. Yeah, and I think we can look at it in a wider context.
Procedural.
Refer to Councillor Charlotte just to...
So I'd like to put forward a motion that that for option B, that we approve a one-off grant to the Wanganui Arts Centre Trust from the unallocated portion of the Community Grants Fund. This is because there is still plenty of... This would be budgeted for. There is still funding within that contestable grant, and I don't think that option B stops us from doing that strategic work to figure out what we want to do with the land and the funding issues thereafter. I think it solves both.
Are you suggesting option
B?
B. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going. Yeah. So I'm going to deal with the...
I do agree with Kate that we do need to do the strategic work. Absolutely, I'm with you on that. But I don't think that option B stops us from doing that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So do I have any other comments? Councillor Ross.
Yes, thank you. The Projects and Grants Committee meets March the 11th. Council meets March the 18th. We don't know what the Projects and Grants Committee will do if the Community Arts Centre goes to them at that meeting. We don't know the outcome of that. We don't know if they even qualify for the rates remission if they go down that path, when they go down that path. There is a degree of uncertainty. My comment is not to disagree with Kate so much. I can see where you're going. My view is that we need to give the Community Arts Centre a degree of confidence with that option B, option 2, that they can continue to function for next year. And they may well still apply for the rates remission if they qualify. They may well still go to the Projects Committee. They may not, because they have the confidence for 2025 at a very small amount of money. So it's about building confidence while we go through those processes for a very small sum of money. And if the Projects and Grants Committee approves, if they come to them, $7,500, it kind of counterbalances, because there's already $100,000 set aside that's not been tagged yet.
Your Worship, just point of order here. This is contrary to standing orders. You have to deal with the motion that is put and seconded that's on the screen first.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Then we can go to Councillor Melser's motion if you so wish, but we have to deal with this.
That's exactly what I'm doing, but we also allow 2 comments for and against as part of this. Yep, that's what we're about. That's what we're about to do. Yep.
So I'm against Kate. I'm one of the against.
Yep, that's fine. So, so I'm going to put the alternative motion here, that 8.3, that Wanganui Community Arts Centre being discussed at council meeting 10 December 24 should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting, and that this item is referred to the next council meeting on 18th of March 2025. All those in favour? Can we just leave your hands up, please, so we can see? Against? Abstain? No, motion is carried.
Chair, can I just make a small point? I accept the decision. I just encourage that the community arts centre be aware they can apply for the rates, if they qualify for the rates remission, and they do qualify to come to the Projects and Grants Committee before on March the 11th, that we encourage them to do so.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that. That was a tricky one to get through, but it was important. And ultimately, you know, my only comment about this is that we are trying to do the right thing by the Wanganui Community Arts Centre, because it's an incredibly important part of who we are. So, all right. So could I just have attention, please? So 8.4, next item, notice of motion, opposition to seabed mining. Councillor Charlotte, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, 8.4 in the agenda. Wanganui District Council opposes seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight. So I'll just briefly speak to this report. Trans-Tasman Resources Limited has sought to gain marine consents in the South Taranaki Bight multiple times since 2013. Consents have been declined multiple times until 2017, when consents were granted. This decision was then overturned by the Supreme Court due to findings of multiple errors of law in coming to that decision. It was then returned back to the EPA for a reconsideration hearing. This hearing was initiated in March of this year, but the application was pulled from the hearing process before the final decision could be made. The Trans-Tasman Resources Limited development then appeared on the fast track project list. The fast track bill is set to pass this month. The following key issues were addressed by the appellate courts. There remains a high level of uncertainty in the information provided in support of the application. These remain significant adverse effects of the marine environment which are not addressed through conditions of consent, including significant adverse effects to rocky reef ecosystems off the South Taranaki coastline, including the Patia Shoals, the traps and project area. The Supreme Court decision summarising the findings, one effects to the reef. And you can find those findings on the attachments in the report. The main adverse effects of this project will come from the sediment plumes, which are modelled to drift past Wanganui down to Manawatu. The sediment plume will impact the health of the ocean and the seabed and the rocky reefs and the health of our local fisheries. The impact that this will have on our fisheries has seen consistent opposition to the development from local fishermen, fishing groups, farmers, local iwi and Hapuit Place, and environmental groups. The economic benefits from this development would predominantly be seen by offshore companies in the Taranaki region, with no evidence that there will be economic benefit to Wanganui from seabed mining. The Taranaki Regional Economic Plan came out last week with no sign of this project present. In contrast, the benefits from the proposed and competing offshore wind development would see significant opportunity for our district and our region. The wind sector has stated that these projects are incompatible with each other. The fast track bill cuts out district councils, impacted industries and impacted communities from the feedback process, and that is what makes this vote today important for us as a district that will be negatively impacted, particularly from opportunity loss, so that we can make a publicised stance. Further to that, I will take the report as read.
I'd just like to foreshadow a motion, please.
Sure.
That if this fails, I will move option B.
Option B. Okay. Can you just read that out, please? Option B.
The council does not take a position on the seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight. You can foreshadow a motion.
Sorry, just bear with. Sorry, can you just?
I mean, that's not necessary because that would be a status quo.
Yeah. So let me just reflect on that.
It's two options here.
There is options. One of them is status quo.
Yep.
Yeah, the status quo. So nothing. It just life goes on. So nothing changes. So
Mr. Mayor, I'm foreshadowing as well.
Okay, so we've got a foreshadow for basically the status quo. And what's your foreshadowing, Councillor Ross?
That it lies on the table until we do thorough consultation with our community.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Say no,
We'll take a break.
This one here.
Happy to take questions.
Moving it along. We need a break.
Okay. So my understanding is that we have looking for two comments in favour of this procedural motion, or against. So do we have any comments?
So we're moving to the procedural motion, not the motion.
So before we entertain the procedural motion, we're just going to...
so the procedural motion is what?
That it lay on the table.
Okay.
Before we entertain that, the mayor's just calling if there are two speakers that would like to speak for or against the motion currently on screen.
I'd like to ask a question of the...
Question. Can we go to question time?
Yep, so questions first, right? So doing questions first and then we'll go to
Sure.
comments. Yeah. So questions. Do we have any questions first? Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. In your presentation to us, you talked about the damage of the silt plume, the sand plume from the works. Would it also not be true that by scraping the entire seabed in that area would also be another serious adverse effect?
Yes, it would. So in the application proposal, the consent is asking to dig 12 metres down of the seabed. They're asking to dig up 50 million tonnes of the seabed every year. That's 180,000 tonnes a day. And then extract what they want to extract from it, and then dump the sediment 2 metres above the sea floor.
Has it been stated by Trans-Tasman Resources that there is actually nothing on that seabed, and is that an accurate assessment of what is on our seabed in the Taranaki Bight?
So in earlier applications for consent, TTRL did indeed suggest that there was nothing on that seafloor. This has been proven incorrect by mapping of the seafloor that was done by NIWA and can be found on the NIWA website.
And there has been discussion, I believe, that there could be compatibility between seabed mining and wind farming if one could follow the other. Would it not be fair to say that the wind farm would have to wait 30 years to be able to do that?
Yes, and considering we are currently facing an energy crisis, I would consider that bad news.
Thank you.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Your Worship. The impact of moving the sand, can you explain what that does to water quality?
Not so much. I'm not...
Water clarity, sorry.
Water clarity. So it will... That's one of the biggest effects that will come to the rocky reefs, which have abundant diversity of species, the sediment plumes stop the sunlight from being able to reach the bottom of the seafloor where the rocky reefs exist, causing adverse effects.
And from a completely selfish point of view, I heard that you're a surfer. One of the benefits I heard of surfing is a clarity of being able to see the. Would this have impact on our surfing community?
Well, look, I mean, when I say that I'm a surfer, I started surfing last summer and I've stood up twice. However, from a personal perspective, it is wonderful to be out on the ocean with the clarity that can exist further up the coast.
Beautiful, clear.
Yeah. And it is safe to say that the surfing community from Wanganui all the way to Taranaki has been consistently, significantly in opposition.
And from your research, this clarity, would it impact our fishing community?
The fishing industry and fishing communities have also been strong oppositions to this, to these consents, and have been present within the hearings processes, often spending thousands of dollars supporting the hearings. So yes, there is significant opposition from local fishermen and fishing industry.
Thank you. And my last question is regarding continuous deployment of sand plumage over a long period of time versus natural. Would continuous deployment at a high velocity, would that cause more disruption to our fishing community, clarity of water, than natural movement of sand?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. What the world has heard is that Wanganui is a great place to surf as well, just in case we didn't know. Councillor Jenny, question.
Supplementary?
Supplementary, yes.
Given the more than 10 years that TTR have been involved in wishing to do what they wish to do, what evidence have they provided in that time, even though that they've been rejected time and time and time again, that they haven't provided evidence? What evidence have they finally provided that there will be no harm to the seabed, and what mitigation processes have they put in place to ensure that there is no harm?
That's a really good question, Jenny, and I'd love to know that myself, but the information of their application has not yet been made public. So everything is still very uncertain in terms of how they plan to mitigate the incredible and significant adverse effects of this development.
Further question?
So would it be fair to say then that they have not provided for the communities of New Zealand any evidence that they are going to be ensuring that there are no adverse effects?
As it currently stands, yes.
Right. So there are no further questions. Oh, there is. Sorry, David.
Charlotte, do we know what benefits the region will be foregoing if this activity does not proceed?
Yeah, so as the offshore wind sector has publicly stated, seabed mining and offshore wind development are incompatible. There are, as I've sort of said in my summary, there are a multitude of opportunities for Wanganui, for our district, from the offshore wind development. There are little to no benefits for our district from the seabed mining development. Does that answer your question?
It certainly does. Thank you. I had a discussion on this out at my whānau at a meeting I went to about 10 days ago, so that's why I've sort of generated a bit of interest. But that is exactly the comment I wanted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Thank you, Charlotte. You've said in the paper, and you've talked about how Wanganui iwi have been in opposition to this, and local fishermen, I understand, in industries do we know if TTR have had any recent discussions and shown any benefit or to Wanganui Port Company or whatever that's called?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I might hand that over to the Mayor to answer.
So your question is around the
Port
the impact
development
on
and any benefit or any, you know, subsidiary industry benefits they're talking about.
Yeah, so look, there's probably two parts to the port. The first one is the port project itself. Then the second part of that is is the commercial operations of the port in the future. And for me, I think there's work to do in that space to fully understand what the benefits are for the port from a commercial perspective. And we've what I will say is that about 2 weeks ago I had contact with the Chief Executive of Trans-Tasman Resources. I had a Zoom call with him from Perth with one of his team. It was the first, so I'm drifting off here, but it's probably gives context. But I had this was the first contact I had with Trans-Tasman Resource in my role as Mayor. And full stop. What I did say was that I was surprised that after 2 years in the role that I had not heard from Trans-Tasman Resources, and was critical of that. I also said from my personal perspective, I need to remain open to what the options are for Wanganui's economy, including specifically the port and its economic and commercial focus. In saying that, I said there for our community and for me there are many unanswered questions at this point of time from Trans-Tasman Resources, which their response was that they have provided significant amount of information to previous councils, so I understand. I'm getting yes and no's around the table here, so I'm not sure. But either way, this is their response. And in follow-up to that, I've asked for my own sake to get from them any information that would be helpful in a succinct way, because there's pages and pages and pages of reports to bring to my attention, to then use to disseminate to this council, who a lot of us are new around the table. And I still haven't received that information. So maybe Trans-Tasman Resources are still online, listening to us online here today. I'd be surprised if they weren't. And my provocation is that for me, in my role as Mayor, that I still have insufficient information from which to confidently say what the opportunities are for Wanganui. And in fact, I'd go further to say that there has been very little analysis for Wanganui directly in regard to our economy. It's been more focused in South Taranaki and in New Plymouth and across the Taranaki region, with very little understanding about what it looks like for Wanganui. And that was front-footed by the Chief Executive of Trans-Tasman Resources to say that it's a bit scant, and not his, my words, not his, in regard to the economic and financial benefits for Wanganui. Look, I come from a personal perspective open to all opportunities for us in Wanganui. But on balance, from where I sit now, I support Councillor Charlotte's motion for opposition to seabed mining, because from my perspective there are still unanswered questions. It doesn't matter who I talk to in the community, the general consensus is that we still don't know enough, and I think it's on Trans-Tasman Resources to provide us with objective information that will help us to make a decision. At the moment we don't have that, so it's important, I think, that we take what we have is in front of us, which is very small. And until we are proven otherwise, I support Councillor Charlotte's motion as it's written. going back to the port opportunities, what would we forego if Trans-Tasman Resources weren't here? I've heard a little bit, haven't read, heard a little bit about some coastal service shipping out to this area, but that's about it. So I sit here feeling that we are, from a Wanganui specific perspective, that we are in our rights to oppose seabed mining at this point of time.
Thank you for a very fulsome answer to my question,
Very
Mary
well.
Andrew.
It's my absolute pleasure.
Just one very specific question, if I could, do we know if the Port Limited Partnership, do we know if Trans-Tasman Resources has had any, reports, conversations, any promises, anything that has formally come to their table, their chair? I don't think I've seen anything. Certainly being back on, I have had, Tasman Resources has been in this room and has presented to previous councils, but I just want to, before I make my call, just know, is there any recent communication we're aware of between Tasman Resources and the Port Partnership Limited?
So the question is, have the port directors received anything?
Yeah.
I'm not a port director. I can't comment on that. I don't know. David, you're a
is there anything
observer. So have you seen anything, or do you know add to this?
So through your worship, I can't give you a categoric answer, but I can confirm I'm not aware of anything. But that doesn't mean to say that there hasn't been a conversation I'm not aware of. But at
nothing's
this stage,
come to this table though, has it? In the CCO reports,
No.
in the
No,
public or
nothing.
Confidential, from what I.
No, we've received nothing from this. My personal my only contact, as I said, is with the chief executive a couple of weeks ago, and look at just to keep it fair. What he did say, rightly or wrongly, was that they've had a court case in front of them, and it's for his view that it wasn't appropriate for him to reach out to me prior to that. Whether that's that's just what he said to me. So so I gave you that big long answer because I was going to do it anyway, but you gave me the opportunity. So Councillor Charlotte,
No.
Councillor Jenny.
I have another specific economic question, if I may ask that, given that that's probably one of the bigger concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Taranaki Regional Plan, which has recently been announced, which covers all of the economic opportunities within the Taranaki region, was Trans-Tasman Resources listed in the Taranaki Regional Plan as an economic opportunity for that area?
Yep. All right. Sorry. Yeah.
No. So as stated in the report and in my summary, and was well publicised in the media last week, the regional development plan for Taranaki did not mention Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mining project.
All right. So there is no further questions. So do we have two speakers for or against this motion? Go to Councillor Michael first.
Thank you. So,
back on again.
Cool. So I'm a flip-flopper on this because when Councillor Charlotte, apologies, first came to me with this, I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit actually, because it's outside of our power influence. It's nothing to do with us. Why do I worry? It felt like what Josh raised about someone else doing something and let's complain about it. But then I actually went and researched it, and my eyes kind of opened last night when I looked at the idea that it could impact our recreational fishermen, our surfers, and then I thought, well, what makes Wanganui Wanganui? It's our beaches, fishing, our river. It's people having a good time for free, and to impact that requires some form of benefit. I thought, oh, there must be benefits. Otherwise, why would we get this far down the track and even talking about this if there was no benefits? And then I thought, okay, there's jobs. Oh, no, there's no jobs. It's specialised jobs coming from overseas. There may be some jobs in South Taranaki, but not Wanganui. There might be some port in some areas, but it's not confirmed. There seems to be no benefit to Wanganui District at all. And yet, even if you play down the impact, even a 1% decrease in our lifestyle, even a 0.5% decrease in our lifestyle across our beaches, our fishing, surfing, etc., ignoring environmental impact, ignoring the fact that our fishing surplus may decrease over the next 20 years, ignoring any sort of idea that those minerals could be used for better resources locally, local serving locals, ignoring all of that, there is no proof of any benefit. So I sit here going, why would I ever support somebody making a profit over my people getting the impact of that? I just can't. So I do support you, Charlotte. I support this notice of motion. And to quote somebody on my Facebook page this morning, could you imagine if someone from Wanganui went over to Australia and started mining in the coral reef? There would be uproar, and we should be uproaring about it as well. Thank you.
Right, that's one comment in favour. Councillor Peter.
Yes, thank you. I will also be supporting it. When Charlotte first mooted this motion, I seconded it straight away. I want to commend her on her amount of effort, and in regards to her surfing, I'm not sure, but she certainly stood up for me here at this table on this occasion and on many others. I looked at it straight away and took it on a values-based perspective, and it didn't meet any threshold anywhere close to it. It is so wrong on so many levels that is why I instantly seconded it. So thank you very much, Charlotte.
All right. Thank you. That's very good use of the English language there, Peter. So I'm going to allow a third comment for. We've got Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. I was just about to turn my mic off. I am supporting this motion today, and possibly not all for the same reasons that you all are. However, I do acknowledge the strong sentiment around the table with regards to the environmental impact. But it would be remiss of me to not take the opportunity to consider the economic development for our region and the loss of opportunity of the off-wind farm that has been brewing in the background for some time now. The possibility for collaboration between the regions with our CE attending meetings has been severely implicated with this fast tracking bill, which may allow for the seabed mining project to go through. Offshore wind farm has huge potential for our region, creating massive opportunities for job creation. There are no examples anywhere in the world where both seabed mining and offshore wind farming coexist in the same area. Nowhere. It is nonsensical to contemplate that this could even happen. There is still potential for onshore wind farming, yes, but we've already seen one company exist, the discussions, because it didn't prove feasible without the offshore possibility. There was a comment made, actually, that the company existed purely because of commercial reasons. Well, yes, of course they did. If the numbers don't stack up, you don't, do you? We need job creation possibilities if we want to see our region grow, and the onshore wind farm was ticking a lot of boxes even early on in the journey. We need to fiercely guard these opportunities that come our way and stand up for any blocks hampering these opportunities.
Two for the price of one.
Two for the price of one.
No. Look, I'm going to ask for anything against. I've allowed it for the third one, and that was over and above the two. So sorry, Councillor Kate. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I am going to speak against this because what I'm in favour of is option B on page 70, which says the council does not take a position on seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight. That seems completely logical to me. None of us in this room are experts, yet we're talking like experts, like we actually know the scientific evidence. You know, there's scientific evidence being given to the hearings. And I know that, like it's been said, there's a high level of uncertainty. There's experts putting evidence on both sides. What I heard in the first case was, in the first court hearing, was that the plume is the major problem. Yet one NEWA scientist got up at that first court hearing and said, well, the sand that's shifted is no greater than the sand that is normally shifted by wave action all the time. So there's conflicts in what scientists are saying. Now, my concern about this is not from that point of view, because I'm not going to make a judgment on it at all. But what I'm saying is there are a number of councils that are bordering where this mining is supposed to be taking place, which incidentally is 23 to 36 kilometres offshore, outside the exclusion zone. The New Plymouth City Council, or New Plymouth District Council, I haven't seen that they've taken a position. I haven't seen that the Waipa City Council, District Council has taken a position. I haven't seen that the Otrahonga Council has taken a position. I haven't seen that the Horowhenua Council has taken a position. But I have seen that South Taranaki is. And from what I can see, they're the only council that has so far. So I just say, let's keep our nose out of this. Let's keep it clean. If there are some benefits somewhere down the line, leave ourselves open to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers against this motion? Councillor Ross.
Yeah. This sounds like an oxymoron. I totally agree with Councillor Charlotte. Totally agree. My opposition to the motion is process-based, not on your content. I hate seabed mining. The late Sue Westwood, councillor, she said we will be remembered not for the decisions we make, but the processes we follow. And I think to some degree this process is flawed. We are elected to make decisions on behalf of our residents.
Point of order.
On that? Sorry.
Councillor Charlotte.
Councillor Ross just suggested that this process is flawed. However, this process has ticked all of the boxes and gone through the correct procedural motions.
Okay.
I haven't explained.
I think you're correct. I just want to double. Yes, I can confirm that what you've done. I saw what you've done behind the scenes before this meeting today, and for me, you've followed the right process. Thank you.
I'll correct myself. I'm not disagreeing with what Charlotte's done, the council has done so far. I think we haven't done enough, and that's what I'd like to share. My apologies, councillor. We are elected to make decisions. We made a decision as a council on declaring a climate change emergency. We didn't poll our community. We made a decision on the Ukraine conflict. We did not poll our community. We made a decision on the Israeli-Hamas matter. We did not poll our community here, although there was representation at the time. Yet we did do a poll of our community some years ago on Guy Fawkes and their reaction to it, rather small compared to these matters. My concerns are that we should have, at a council meeting, consideration of public consultation with our community. Even though we kind of know from press releases where our community is leaning, we haven't had a formal statement at council from our iwi, but we know iwi outside of council have made statements. We haven't had an officer's report. We haven't had an opportunity from Tasman Resources to present their case to council if they would dare. And no, they have not contacted me, and I'm not a fan of them at all. But they haven't had that opportunity to speak in a democratic process. So in summary, congratulations, Charlotte. Your process is fine, but I'm reluctant to pass any resolution. I think it's a bit early. I think we have time, and I think we need to do more consultation. So it's on record. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we've had 2 for, 2 against, or 3 for, 2 against.
And can I have a right of reply?
I want to put the procedural motion first, which is, and then vote on this procedural motion first.
Okay.
So the procedural motion is to let the item lie on the table. That 8.4 notice of motion opposition to seabed mining being discussed at council meeting today, 10 December 2024, should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting, so that the views of the community can be better understood, and that this item is referred to the next council meeting on 18 March 2025. We have a mover, which is Councillor Ross. Do we have a seconder?
Your Worship, I don't believe we can move that motion. We already spoke.
Bear with. Yeah, first of all, do I have a seconder? If not, then it fails anyway. No seconder, so this motion to let the item lie on the table has failed. So we'll move back to the substantive motion, which is that the Wanganui District Council opposes seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight. It's been moved by Councillor Charlotte, seconded by Councillor Peter. Sure.
Just understanding why you only took 2 or 3 speakers with this notice of motion. That's probably, I'm not going to the procedures, not really. It's just, it would seem an item that councillors may all want to speak to, and I'm just wondering, because, and just checking, once this is voted on, that is the matter done, is that correct?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
so I guess I'm requesting, would the Mayor open it up further prior to putting the motion?
Well,
for example, we haven't had Charlotte speak to the motion.
Yeah. So
we'll vote on this.
So the first thing in the standing orders, there were 2 comments against and 2 comments for against the procedural motion. So I wanted to do those first. So I'm happy for you to comment.
Right.
And then we'll go back to the first.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we've gone around.
So now we can speak further. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we need to vote on. We need to vote on this.
Yeah. So we're going to vote on this. So, but before we do, we're going to have any further comments on this motion that's in front of us. Councillor Philippa, would you like to comment?
Yes, please. I guess it's probably seabed mining and this issue that's been around for so many years, and I have been a councillor that was in the room when Trent Tasman Resources came and spoke to us. But in brief, I haven't probably taken a position or needed to take a position to now. As such, it hasn't come to the council table. It's something I've probably, truthfully, not put my head around, perhaps to the level that I should have. But that's my failing. I mean, over the time it's been buried in legal dispute. Clearly, local hapu iwi, and even wider than that, Wanganui iwi, even I think the Māori Party have taken strong stands there. Now the South Taranaki District Council and many other people involved in this. But I guess Councillor Melser bringing this to the table today does force me to make a decision, and I actually applaud her and her leadership on this issue. You know, I think it's actually quite outstanding young leadership from a first-term councillor. I guess it is similar to what Councillor Taylor brought to us with the declaration of climate emergency a few years back. And I guess, what did I write here? You know, I guess whether we support it's been bought also because of the fast track legislation and the speed with which the government is moving there. So look, I do see there's a position, and certainly council has taken positions of strong moral stands in the past. Whether in fact this decision, if it was to pass, whether that has any impact on the fast track legislation and how that goes through, I don't know. But certainly, I think us as a very close district, and a district, in fact, that Tasman Resources has come to this room and told us about the benefits over a decade ago. But that's the only time I've seen them at this table, and to be 10 years down the track and still trying to fight this through, and to in fact have, not gone through with the legal dispute, but taken the fast track legislation. It tells me that this is not a good thing. This is not a good thing for the South Taranaki, for the whole bight around this region, for Wanganui, I will be taking the moral stand and supporting what I think was a very brave and courageous and the right thing to come to this table. And be supporting this resolution by Councillor Malsa. Thank you.
Identify who the person is that's taking the photographs of all members.
Doesn't matter.
Right, so I'd like to introduce Ben Carter to the room. Ben Carter is from Photo News, Wanganui. Wanganui Photo News.
You're very welcome, Ben.
Okay.
And an all-round great guy. Yeah. But no, that's thanks, Rob. Yeah. Good point. So I'll go to Councillor Carter. You've been very patient.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ben, make sure you get one of Josh and his Christmas T-shirt. It's terrible. Like Philippa, totally commend Charlotte for bringing this to the table. Thank you, and forcing us to have a good think about it and go one way or the other. I will be voting in favour of Charlotte's motion. And wouldn't it be great, just because it's Christmas, if we were all on the right side of history here? So those of you that are thinking about voting against it, even if just for process sake, get on the right side of history and vote for it.
It's not democracy.
So thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be strongly supporting this motion as well, and I want to commend Councillor Charlotte, but for the report itself, but also for having every single answer well prepared in response to Councillor Jenny's line of questioning. I thought it was a really impressive set of responses to a notice of motion. So just wanted to start with that comment. My colleague across the room made a comment in opposition to this issue around none of us being experts around this table, and I thought I'd just comment on that from a governance perspective to point out that as elected members we are not required to be experts on every issue. There are a number of very complex topics that come to this council for decisions, whether it be engineering or the environment or roading or cultural matters, whatever it might be, and we frequently take advice and we frequently make political decisions in response to that advice. So nothing about this particular issue seems unprecedented for me. We are operating based on advice. There will be a divergence of opinions on this issue, but as elected politicians, representatives of our community, it is totally normal and reasonable for us to declare a position on this issue, this important issue for our environment and for our communities. I want to echo Councillor Glenda's comment about the impacts in terms of offshore wind farming. We did receive a presentation from Blue Float Energy only a number of months ago, which not only commented on the benefits to the renewable energy sector for New Zealand as a whole, but also in the ways that Wanganui might participate in that, and we have now lost that opportunity. And they did highlight that at the time, that it was either them or Trans-Tasman Resources, and obviously we've seen the consequences of this fast-track legislation and the inclusion in it. And finally, I just want to make the point that we can't divorce our economy from the environment, and nor can we divorce the environment from the economy. They are interconnected, and it is so clear to me that in this situation, based on the evidence, the damage to the environment, to the seabed, to the ocean, would be enormous, and it's not something that, when given the opportunity, I want to have my name in support of. So I will be strongly backing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Josh. Councillor Ross.
Yeah. I have always been on the right side of history with this topic. I oppose seabed mining, but I would be remiss in my election to represent Wanganui, the region, if I did not do my best to raise process. It is so important in a democracy that we follow the avenues that are available to us. And so I will be supporting this motion, and I hope that we can rename Charlotte to Saint Charlotte. Well done.
Councillor Jenny.
No, Charlie first.
Sorry, just two. Councillor Charlie.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. With no obvious benefits to our community, why would we take the risk and face disaster on our beautiful coastline?
Hey.
Councillor Jenny.
Yes, stitched it up in just a couple of words. Yes, a big thank you to Councillor Charlotte. You put me at the post for getting this on the council table, and I applaud you for that. And for the record, we did not script those questions. So again, outstanding. They were not, and outstanding that you were able to answer them so succinctly. And I apologise for putting you on the spot in a public arena. I've been following this for way more than 10 years. It predates my time on council. It was when I was chair of the Chamber of Commerce, and TTR presented to us in the Avenue Motor Inn and presented the number of jobs that were coming to Wanganui and the benefits to Wanganui. And to me, their process is always to highball, to tell you, you're going to get this, and they've been proven time and time again that their job estimates and their economic benefit estimates are way overstated, and they don't have the evidence to back that up. My bigger concern is with the environment. I'm less concerned around the table that we don't get 100%. I mean, it would be beautiful if we all just voted 100% unanimously against seabed mining. However, within our country, there are people who do put economic benefits above environmental benefits. It's just a reality. And unfortunately, we have a number of those in government at the moment. So it is our job to send very, very strong message that we actually put our environment ahead of economic benefits, not in a closed way. But I mean, we have the evidence from the Taranaki Regional Plan. Even Taranaki region do not see the benefits of seabed mining in the Taranaki Bight. You would expect, as an economic development agency, that they would be the ones that would be spearheading this, that they would be the ones who are putting forward, the environmental harm is way outweighed by the economic benefits, but it's simply not the case. So then we turn our minds to the environmental harm, and we've talked about the plume, and it is massive, and it is far more than wave action, because the wave action doesn't actually affect the seabed that much at that depth. Yes, it has a flow effect, but it is minor. If you could imagine that level of plume on a 24 hours a day for 30 years effect, pretty massive. The complete destruction of that seabed, which they said was clear, and clearly had not been there and looked at it to see whether or not it was clear. And then, of course, no one has spoken today, and I'll speak for them, the whales, dolphins, and other mammals in the area who are going to have to put up with that. These are mammals that work on sonar. Sonar is noise. There's going to be a constant noise in that area for 30 years. It will drive away any whale, dolphin, or any other mammal that or fish that requires sonar in order to exist. And that to me is way beyond unacceptable. So yeah, 100%, I have always been 100% against seabed mining. Thank you.
So I'm just going to comment before I pass on to Councillor Charlotte for the right of reply. First of all, Charlotte, well done. I know behind the scenes you've been working on this for quite some time, and you've brought this to the table, and you've brought it to the table with being able to respond and back up your motion. So well done. Applaud you for that. The other point that's worth noting as well is that I understand that Council has formally opposed fast track, and so that is an important factor in this, because what we don't want in our community, for our district, for Wanganui district, is for projects to be rushed through that don't help advance Whanganui district. In saying that, what I would say is that we also want to find the balance in general around ensuring that we don't miss out on economic and commercial opportunities going forward for the betterment of our district. We are a low socioeconomic district. We have average household income, average GDP per capita well below the rest of New Zealand. And we need to face into that at some stage. I'm not saying, not suggest this as a general comment. And so we always need to be open to looking at opportunities. For me though, the Trans-Tasman Resource project is doesn't meet the threshold because it doesn't need a business case. It just does not seem right, and we have so many unanswered questions. And I know for a number of us are new around the table here, we have not heard from Trans-Tasman Resources. I've had one brief conversation with them. I haven't had any follow-up. So my encouragement to Trans-Tasman Resources is, if you're listening to this, is if you've got a counter to this, I would like to think we're always happy to hear from people. Doesn't matter who they are. We're welcome, we're open to listening to people, but you need to have some pretty compelling reasons as to how and why you would come into this district. And I know the project is further up the coast. However, the impact on Wanganui is still, as Councillor Charlie, the environmentalist, pointed out, that this will have an impact on Wanganui as well. So, Councillor Charlotte, I'll pass over to you to wrap up.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge those members of the public that are in the gallery today in support of this opposition. And before I get into my impassioned section of my rebuttal, I'd just like to make a couple of points of clarification. So one of my colleagues pointed out that if a Wanganui company going over to Australia and mining the coral reefs, well, this style of seabed mining has in fact been banned in Australia. So that's saying a lot coming from a country that does a lot of mining. It speaks to the unprecedented devastation that this style of mining produces. Right. We're talking about a mining development that the local community do not want. A development that has been fought by iwi, hapu, community, environmental groups, the fishing industry, farmers, the Conservation Board and councils for a decade. We're talking about a development that has been denied consent multiple times, all the way up to the Supreme Court. Earlier this year, TTRL was back in hearings with the EPA, and before the final decision could be made, the application was pulled because our government had created a new pathway for them to apply through, and they rolled out the red carpet for them to do so. The fast track cuts out community and industry voices from the decision-making process. It cuts out the voices of those that have inherent connection to the marine area and some of those that are the most knowledgeable about the environment and habitats. The fast track has the power to disregard district and regional plans, despite the fact that it will be local authorities' responsibility and cost to build supporting infrastructure and local authorities that are left with the destruction and the mess to clean up at the end. This is a boom and bust industry, one that leaves devastation behind it. There is a place for cutting red tape on development, but our pristine ocean environment is not the place for cutting corners and disregarding local knowledge and taking into account the impacts that this will have on those that live at place. Taranaki has recently adopted their regional development strategy, and seabed mining was not given a mention. This sends a strong message that the Taranaki councils do not believe in this development and they do not want it. South Taranaki Council has publicly opposed seabed mining alongside Ngāti Ruanui, who have consistently been on the front line of this fight, along with Ngāroru. Trans-Tasman Resources Limited has had the opportunity to present the benefits of seabed mining projects to Wanganui. They've made it clear that there are little to no benefits to our district. And this is in complete contrast to the abundant economic opportunities that would be made available to us with the offshore wind development that is currently being investigated by multiple wind companies. The wind industry has made it clear that these developments are incompatible with each other, with one major player pulling out altogether, citing this as the reason. We need to stand up for and with our neighbours. We need to stand up and for our iwi who stand with Ngāti Ruanui. We need to stand up and for our own district and fight for the economic opportunities that align with our values, our strategies, and our industries. We need to send a message to our government that we do not support filling the coffers of offshore companies at our expense of our environment, at the expense of our communities, and at the expense of our fisheries. I will be voting for the Wanganui District Council to oppose seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight, and I hope that this will be a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Councillor Charlotte. So, no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen. The opposition to seabed mining, that the Wanganui District Council opposes seabed mining in the South Taranaki Bight. All those in favour? Aye. Aye.
Because I said that I was in favour of option B, which is council does not take a position. It became pretty obvious that the position was going to be that we oppose it, and I don't not oppose.
Right. Right. Thank you, Councillor Rob. Just got to take a deep breath after all that. So I just want to canvass. We've got a couple of, we've got local water done well. We've got the airport parallel, taxiway, chief executive's report. Can I just get a sense of, do we carry on or would you like a small break? Carry on? Okay, small break, hands up. Okay, we'll have a small break until 22, so that's 10 minutes. And back sharp at 12:40. Welcome back, and I'd like to invite Catherine Stewart to, and Elise as well, is it, both of you? Right, okay, so welcome back, Catherine Stewart. Item 8.5 is Local Water Done Well, proposed future service delivery model. This is, I'll comment on it later, but this is, Local Water Done Well is obviously for those in the community that we go back 3 years ago, Three Waters legislation was something that was something that our community, just here, not just here in Wanganui, but across New Zealand, became a real election issue, and so where we're at now is Local Water Done Well is the coalition government's proposed future service delivery model for three water assets. What I would also say is that, I said it in my opening address, is that I don't think anyone disagrees that we need reform in our water. It's a matter of how and who is involved in that reform. So anyway, I'll leave it to you, Catherine, to talk to this.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew, and tēnā koutou, everybody. I have prepared some slides. Colleagues, am I able to have those? Thank you. And if you could switch them to slideshow, great. Thank you very much. So today's report is a decision around how we focus the efforts of officers over the next couple of months to prepare materials for consultation in the new year. And the report sets out the legal framework we're working within, some of the legal requirements we have in relation to consultation, and summarises the options appraisal work that we've undertaken in the last year to support your decision making today. I'm going to talk you through a few key points from the paper, and then I'm very happy to take any questions. But I also just want to be really clear that this is not the final decision on the future delivery model. That will come later in the year following that formal consultation and when we adopt our water services delivery plan. Alongside that, I would just remind you all that there is a whole range of different factors to be balanced here, and whilst that feedback from the community is really important as a result of the formal consultation process, it's by no means the only factor to be considered. So I'm just going to start by reminding you of some of the clear signals that we've had through this year. There's been a number of statements by the Minister that have been made at the same time as the key policy announcements that indicate the expectations of where he thinks the sector will end up. And that is about councils working together, joining up when it makes sense. And the recent comments at the Governance and Administration Committee in Wellington indicated that most groups of councils were between 2 and 4 councils large. So that just gives a bit of a testing of the waters, excuse the pun, a temperature check of where local councils around the country are landing on this issue. So, as we've talked about before, change is coming. And whilst the local water delivery done well policy has key differences from the previous government's Three Waters reform, that change is a reality. And the government is driving a super tight time frame for this. It is about a year since they repealed the previous government's legislation, and their first piece of new legislation passed in early September, creating a 12-month deadline for the rest of our work. And so whilst we've got choices about how we respond to that policy, we also have to meet new rules and regulations. So Te Mata ROI will introduce new standards for wastewater next year and stormwater ones in the future. There will be a new economic regulator within the next year as the current proposal, coming into effect 1st of July 2025 is the current proposition. And Te Mata ROI and Horizons are expected to place increasing importance on compliance. And the report provides a lot more detail, all that in particular what the options are around stormwater and wastewater, but I'm not going to go into that now. But what all this means is that no matter what delivery model we choose, even if it is in-house, if we go alone, it's unlikely to be exactly the same as our LTP projections. So just a little bit about what the requirements are. As I said, we've got this 1-year deadline to prepare, adopt and submit a water services delivery plan. Whilst that deadline is September, the practical realities of the local body elections next year mean that we will need to adopt that in about June or July. It has to draw on our existing audited LTP and 30-year infrastructure data. The idea is that most of this is a plan that is drawn from documentation and information we already have available to us. The crucial thing is we have to specify our proposed future delivery model, and that's the nitty-gritty of the thing that is potentially different. And we have to include an implementation plan with milestones and a commitment to give effect to that plan. And what that plan has to do is demonstrate how we will meet those new economic regulations and those new investment regulations and the new water standard regulations. So do all of the infrastructure projects that we have at the moment allow us to meet those new standards, and do we have to make any changes? We think at the moment that we're in reasonably good shape on that point, but we don't know what those regulations will be into the medium and longer term and how that might change. And crucially, we have to demonstrate how we'll be financially sustainable by the 30th of June 2028. And the financial sustainability test has 3 parts to it. So revenue sufficiency, we have to be able to demonstrate that we collect enough revenue for water to fund the cost of water. We have to show that our investment in water meets the requirements for levels of service, those regulatory requirements, and supports our growth. And we have to show that we can secure sufficient financing and funding to deliver water services. So that's both around being able to access the levels of debt that we need to, so the amount of debt headroom that we have, but also enough we can collect enough revenue to be paying back that debt at an appropriate rate. And after we submit that plan, we've got up to 3 months to be told if it's acceptable by government, and then we would begin implementation. We've talked before about what would happen if it wasn't acceptable. It would come back to us, and the Crown would potentially appoint a Crown facilitator or a Crown specialist to help us develop a plan that was acceptable. As I said, though, the bulk of your decision today is about consultation and what we consult the community on in the new year. And the Act is very specific about what we consult on and the use of the streamlined consultation process that is in that Act. We must consult on the proposed model, but it is optional to consult on the balance of the rest of the water services delivery plan. But as I say, the rest of that water services delivery plan is largely financial and technical data from our LTPs and our infrastructure strategies that have recently been consulted on and recently been subject to audit as part of the long-term plan process. We have to use that streamlined process when we're making this decision, and the Act sets out what must be in that in relation to the types of information. We have to describe other options, but we have to describe at least 2. One of them must be the status quo, and one of them must be our preferred option. And even if our preferred option is the sort of status quo with tweaks, we do need to say that we've considered at least one other thing. And the consultation is planned for the new year. So we've worked backwards from when we need to be able to submit that water services delivery plan. And then based on that, we would need to be consulting in sort of February, March, April. And in order to do that, we need to prepare those materials in the new year to come back to SNP committee for formal adoption of the consultation materials. So that is the requirements and the legal framework that we're making this decision within. And I'm going to move on to a little bit about which option. We know that good investment and affordability are key concerns around this table and within our communities when we've been thinking about different options. And we know that the new rules and regulations mean that there is a very real possibility that at some point in the future there'll be higher costs for us to deliver services, no matter what option we choose. So we've spent the last year looking at all of those options, and as you all know, those have been reported regularly through to SNP committee as part of updates on that work. And we've more recently, though, been boiling that question down to, for Wanganui, what makes the best chance for us to make good long-term investment decisions in the future and respond to changes in a way that continues to be affordable for our communities. What puts us in the best place to look forward and act in the ways that we're proud of having acted in the past. And we set ourselves some objectives to appraise those different models against. First of all, we looked at affordability, and that in some ways is a very simple piece of mathematical Excel spreadsheet data analysis, but we looked at both the affordability of water services and non-water rates as a percentage of household income over the long term. We also then looked at a range of objectives that were around strategic and environmental and operational considerations. So how well did each option let council continue to flourish and be financially sustainable? Which one led to the best outcomes in terms of long-term investment and growth and resilience so that we can get the same or better outcomes for our communities and environment? That is linked to how well each of the options supports our consenting obligations and ensures that our rivers and lakes and oceans are not negatively affected by waste or stormwater, as well as giving local effect to the provisions of Te Awa Tupua and making sure that decision making is retained as close as possibly within the boundaries of Wanganui or the river catchment. That's linked to the objective of wanting to make sure that we retain our local voice and the influence that we need to secure our local priorities. And we also looked at which one has the best outcomes for our staff and therefore our organisation and therefore our communities. So which one lets us keep the most people and jobs locally and supports our wider economic outcomes. And looking really ahead into the future, which of the options allows us as a council to make strategic decisions and choices both now and in the future about who we partner with, and our ability to influence regulators and government. So which one helps us best to be the masters of our own destiny? And when we looked at all of those factors, the options that we were looking at came out ranked like this. So the proposed option is a CCO, a Water Services Council-controlled organisation with us, Ruapehu and Rangitikei district councils. Then the sort of biggest possible option, working with as many of our neighbours as possible across the Manawatu-Wanganui region. An in-house CCO, sorry, not an in-house CCO, a standalone single council CCO only owned by us, an in-house business unit or a shared service with Ruapehu and Rangitikei. It is fair to say that we're in a really good position. All of our options are good options. It's a question of sort of good, better, best. And some are stronger in different ways to others. But when you balance all of those factors, that's the way it sort of falls out. And we are kind of fairly confident in putting forward that proposition to you for discussion later on. I'm going to talk you through very quickly some of the sort of key high-level pros and cons that are in your paper, but we'll whip through those. Because I wanted to say a word about the household affordability point first of all. So all of these numbers have come from the modelling that we've done based on the DIA's financial template, which has pulled together all of our final LTP figures. So it's based on those audited, robust plans that both us and our neighbours have. We've also modelled some assumptions about the future increased costs. And we haven't, though, taken account of any of those other opportunities if we join up with neighbours around normalising trade waste charges or development contributions. So we've just looked at it through the lens of the impact on ratepayers. But like all models, that means this is not a prediction, it's a means of us just making comparisons between the different options. So on the left-hand side, the two columns there are what water charges could look like in the future in each of the options, both in a dollar term and as a percentage of median household income. And on the right is the rest of council rates. The current LTP line is at the top as a baseline comparison, but you can see that even an in-house business unit is a whole $22 more potentially. I think that's a very good example of what we established through this piece of modelling, is that the financial case for joining up is quite marginal. The difference between each of these options in terms of the impact on our ratepayers is very small. If we decide to join up or do something different, it will be because of those other environmental and strategic and operational benefits. Because if you look, it might seem counterintuitive that the standalone CCO is actually, again, the cheapest, and I use the word loosely when it's a difference of $100 and 0.1 of a percentage. But if you were only basing it on financial modelling, that would sort of be the obvious choice. I, again, use the term loosely. But when we look at the wider benefits and disbenefits that we'll come on to, it doesn't stack up as strongly. The other two key things there are, one, we've looked at what that impact of the stranded overhead would have on the rest of council's charges, and that works out in this model at about $72 per connection over the long term. So, as I say, the difference through all these options is very small in dollar terms and almost non-existent as a percentage of household income. And we, as I say, haven't been able to model that shared service from a financial point of view because there's too many moving parts. But based on what we know of how shared services work, we think that the impact on council would be about the same as an in-house business unit if we make the assumptions that Wanganui provided the overhead services for any other participants in that, and also recognising that there are some small efficiencies to be gained, but perhaps not lots. So if we are looking at the other options and benefits of those options, an in-house business unit is its main benefits are its familiarity and the exclusive ownership and control that it gives us as a council. It's the option that looks the most and functions like we do now. It does, however, have quite a few downsides if you're taking the longer term view. It's the riskiest for the council's balance sheet. It's got the lowest opportunity for us to influence or negotiate in the future because we haven't sort of gained that scale and mass that comes with and gives us greater influence in discussions. And it doesn't sort of provide the scale or opportunity that makes the recruitment and retention of high quality staff easier. So any kind of issues there remain unaddressed. I'm going to move on to the CCO models, and I just want to talk first of all, there is a set of benefits to a CCO that exist regardless of who is in that CCO. So first of all of the shareholding councils or councils retain ownership of that CCO, and they continue to set the strategic direction via the letter of expectation, the appointment of directors, and the monitoring of performance. But that board of directors then oversees the day-to-day operations, and they will be skill-based boards of directors, so those operations should become more effective into the future. The CCO model is the only one that can access higher levels of borrowing and better financing tools, which is what allows us to do some work to smooth the financial impact over the longer term. And a CCO, by ring-fencing water from the rest of council business, gives it a single focus, and it will be legally obliged to support our growth objectives, which leaves the rest of council to focus on non-waters priorities of the community. And at the same time, we think there would be an even greater focus on compliance because of that legal liability that will transfer to the directors of that organisation. So hold on to all of those benefits as we go through each of these options. I've kept them in teeny tiny writing at the bottom. But layered on top of that, each of these options has slightly different benefits and disbenefits. So for an in-house CCO, it has the benefit of continuing to have a sole focus on Wanganui. There'd be no significant changes to the day-to-day operational model in the short term, and existing jobs would be retained here. And that total ring fencing from council would facilitate some of those future discussions about partnering in the future. It has some downsides though. That point around our influence wouldn't grow because we'd be the same size. We wouldn't be any bigger to attract more people or to fill some of those capacity gaps that we have where we need perhaps a half of a person but not a whole person. And we think it would make our meeting our Te Awa Tupua obligations perhaps marginally more challenging just because of that. You don't get any of the benefit of the catchment-based approach, but you don't get any of the benefit of being tightly tied into council. The sub-regional option with Rangitikei and Ruapehu, as you would expect from the one that scored the highest, has a substantial list of benefits there. That cost to the Wanganui ratepayer stays almost exactly the same. And the rest of these benefits sort of split into ones that come with scale and capacity and ones that come from the catchment approach. And we think that hits a sort of sweet spot between our communities of interest and the best model at leveraging the benefits of the CCO model balanced against the downsides. So we would have a strong base for responding to the future requirements to partner or greater influence of government and regulators. We'd be keeping decision making local to the Awa catchment, and we would have greater organisational and financial capacity to manage change and a greater focus on compliance monitoring to deliver good outcomes. And we think we as a council would be better able to meet our treaty obligations under Te Awa Tupua and also the community expectations around water quality and levels of service. The downsides, I suspect there will be other views on this, but the one that we had was that there is a broader focus. We've diluted some of that direct control that we have when it's just us in the mix. I'm going to come on to two other things as well in relation to this one that are more detailed than I do with the others, because they're kind of important questions that I know councillors have had in the past. I think this is an important point around what's in it for our partners in terms of Rangitikei and Ruapehu. This is an updated version of the graph that's in your report. It simply includes GST rather than excluding it to be more consistent with the other figures. And what you can see there is that line at the bottom is Wanganui's cost for water rates if we don't price harmonise, and the green line is a price harmonised or an average water rates cost. So you can see that for Ruapehu and Rangitikei, they gain immediate financial benefit if we price harmonise or price harmonise from sort of year 5. And whereas Wanganui ratepayers might pay a tiny bit more if we price harmonise, but by that sort of year 7 point, you can actually see that our blue line has gone above the average as well. And so that would drop. So they get immediate affordability benefits from joining up, while we get the immediate non-financial ones. But what we're also essentially buying ourselves is that into the future, we will have greater financial capacity to manage change, to respond to the unexpected. And essentially when you begin to push out, as we've talked about before in all of the analysis that we did, over a 10, 20, 30-year period, everyone has their turn in terms of what major investments they need. And linked to that, this graph here shows the borrowing headroom of that 3-council CCO. So the dark purple is how much net debt it would have in each year, and the pale purple is how much headroom it would have up to that 500% that will be available to a CCO. And then the green line shows that net debt to revenue position over time. And you can see it hovers at between the 300 to 400%, which is not dissimilar to Wanganui's water's debt, which hovers at between 3 and 350. So our neighbours are not dissimilar to us in terms of their sort of water's debt to water revenue, which sort of tends to suggest that they're in a similar position to us, but different, if that makes sense. We also have been, as you know, talking with all 7 of our neighbours through most of this year, and each of them are also in a similar phase of decision making at the moment. And so this would be the biggest possible CCO that you could have with up to 7 councils, depending on the decision making of those partners. And this is the one that is the biggest and has the most scale. So it benefits from any benefit that is linked to scale, it sort of scores more highly. So it's the most attractive to staff. It will have even more capacity for focusing on compliance, more capacity to manage change. It has the biggest opportunity for savings and the greatest influence over government and regulators. And it is still bringing the catchment together. However, it has a broader focus than just our catchment. More priorities would need to be balanced, and there is a risk that we might not retain as many head office or managerial functions in Wanganui. Even if we would definitely retain the operational ones. And the decision making potentially moves further away, as I said. And to wrap up, as I said, we looked at a shared service with Rangitikei. You'll notice the green benefits of a CCO at the bottom are gone. So this has some benefits, though, where we retain the exclusive ownership of our assets. We might realise some small efficiencies. There would be the opportunity potentially for some catchment approach if that was directed by individual councils, but it doesn't become such a naturally occurring thing. There's a lot of downsides. We would also, along with the assets, retain the control over the pricing of water services, levels of service and policy development, which means that we can only access our existing levels of borrowing. That means it's got the same balance sheet challenges into the medium and longer term in relation to debt headroom. It makes it very similar to the Wellington Water model. As you move into that model, it's hard for each council to manage the stranded overheads, whereas we can build in managing the stranded overhead into our implementation plan. And it still requires a lot of skill and experienced staff inside the partner councils to client that for it to be really effective. And it doesn't strengthen our regional influence. It has few efficiency savings, and it's not very appealing to Rangitikei or Ruapehu, who themselves need the 500% financing that a CCO offers, which is why it scored the lowest. And that gets us to my summary of that paper, and brings us to the preferred option that is in front of you, or the recommended preferred option, which is that we will prepare consultation materials that include analysis of the options that we've considered: the in-house business unit, the single council CCO, a multi-council CCO, or a three-council CCO, but that we will specify that last one of a CCO with Rangitikei and Ruapehu as the council's proposed future delivery model. And if subject to that discussion, the sort of what comes next is we'll prepare those materials, we'll bring them back to SMP committee in February for adoption, go out to consultation in March, April, May through June, July. We will finalise that, develop the implementation plan, and bring it back for adoption. And I think the implementation plan has sort of emerged as increasingly important over the last few weeks and months, because I think it is in the development of that we get into the nitty-gritty of matters of sort of organisational design and governance arrangements. And while we don't have to have all of those agreed before we submit it, it's a real opportunity to sort of dig into those in a really meaningful way. So there'd be plenty of work to be done in the next 12 months. I'm going to stop and ask if there are any questions.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Catherine. You do a lot in this. This is obviously your job, but it's very comprehensive. So thank you very much. We've got a full house of questions. So I'll go to Councillor Rob first.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to confirm that we do have to have a preferred option. I thought I read here somewhere that we didn't, but perhaps I could have a comment about that, whether we have to actually prefer one of these options.
We absolutely have to express a preferred option in our consultation material.
Okay.
The legislation's pretty clear on that.
Okay. So, have you any idea what the ratepayer bases in Ruapehu and Rangitikei? I know ours is circa 22,000 or something. Any idea what is there work done?
We have looked at that, and it's fallen out of my head.
Okay. Could you find that out, please?
I can find that out,
okay.
Yes.
And the debt levels that you sent out this table, which is excellent, and we still don't know what the debt levels are that each council is going to transfer to this entity. So, have you any idea what that might be?
No, not off the top of my head, but I think that debt headroom slide I showed you gives an indication that theirs are similar but probably slightly higher to ours as a percentage of revenue. So in that sense, we are comparable. But in terms of actual numbers, again, we've looked at that. We haven't talked about it in detail in terms of what would transfer. I think part of that is also because there's a base level assumption that what is water's debt in your LTP would come across. And we've got good visibility of what was already in people's LTPs and financial modelling. So there's going to be little wriggle room to kind of suddenly magically turn that into a different number. And alongside that, the government is planning to release some guidance for if you are planning to set up a CCO, to some guidance around how that can work and those transfer principles. And I think that will be a key issue that they will perhaps cover off.
So why I'm asking this, Your Worship, is that in this morning's Chronicle, there was an article that said that Ruapehu borrowed 16 to 20 million to upgrade their services, and that they were expecting to have this picked up by the Three Waters scheme, and now they're stranded with it. So can I just ask that we find out the information of how much debt each of these three councils are actually wanting to transfer, please?
Speak to that, David. Yeah.
Through your worship, short answer to the councillor's question is yes, we can go and ask. It is an ever-changing figure, like our own is, as we complete work to our own networks. Our debt figure for Three Waters moves on a weekly, monthly basis as we incur expenditure. What I was going to comment is we do have a bit of a baseline to refer back to, albeit it's a couple of years old now, but under the previous government's reform, the DIA went through all of the councils in the country and effectively made an assessment of what was legitimate debt associated with Three Waters activity. So we're probably only having to deal with the movement that occurred since that assessment. So the last couple of years worth of debt. So it's I suppose we've got a reasonably good handle on what the debt levels are, but we can get an up-to-date figure and share it with elected members.
Yeah. And I think it's relative to the number of people, ratepayers as well. I mean, obviously, if, say, for instance, one of these councils transfers 20 million, they've only got 4,000 ratepayers, and we transfer 25 million, and we've got 22,000. It's something that needs to be considered.
Great.
So one of my colleagues has reminded me of the figures from the wider model that we've drawn on, which draws on all of our LTP figures. Roughly, our total debt is about 90 million for Waters, and we think for each of the other two it was 40 each.
40.
Yep. And similarly, our kind of residential water ratepayers, just to give a sort of sense, is about 18,000, and for each of them it's 5.
Oh, okay.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Just a couple of quick questions. And that is, in your assumptions and statistics and blah, blah, the margin of error is...
I wouldn't have an exact percentage, but I think the minimal difference is well within any margin of error.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And the second question is probably for our CEO, and that is the pool of skilled-based board members. How big is this pool? Is there just a dozen people out there, or is there thousands of people that are skills-based that we could appoint on our board?
Through your worship, I can't really comment on that. I don't know the answer. I think the only note of caution I would give is if there's multiple CCOs being set up at the same time across the country, we are going to be in a bit of competition with neighbouring regions for skilled and capable directors.
Yeah, that was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. Simple question. Everything on the last year has been coming to the end of recommending our own CCO, but we're recommending, and even how you've been talking has been recommending our own CCO, in my view. Obviously, I'm biased. Can you succinctly tell me why partnering with the three councils is the preferred option over our own CCO?
I have to respectfully disagree with you there, Councillor.
Okay.
I can remember quite vividly we hadn't looked very hard at a single council CCO in about the middle of the year before the legislation and the policy announcements, because we didn't think that it would actually bring a lot of benefits over and above an in-house business model. So we thought it was a sort of two-horse race between keeping it in-house and going big. And when the government made the announcement that any CCO, whether a single council or a joined up one, would have access to those higher financing pieces, we went back and looked at it again in quite a bit of detail, as evidenced here.
That's fine. For clarity, I just meant going it alone versus somebody else. So,
right.
Why have we come to this conclusion? This proposal?
We've come to this proposal because we've gone through and looked at how each of those models performs against that set of objectives. And when you balance all of those objectives, because each of them, each model performs differently and brings different benefits in relation to them, that's the answer that you end up on. So we've been pretty straight down the line in that assessment and looking at them relative to each other and making that call.
I won't push it too much, but is there a matrix I can look at then?
Yes, I think we can probably give you a matrix.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you, and thanks for the very fulsome report and the way, you know, you're kind of thinking layers down. Really appreciate it. So assuming this recommendation is approved, what will our neighbours be doing? What are they doing, and kind of how will that roll out?
So our neighbours, we're in an interesting, as I said, phase of decision making. These two particular neighbours, Ruapehu, have decided last week that they will again consult on a range of options, but their preferred option is the biggest number of participants possible, CCO. But they would be very happy if that ended up as a three council CCO. And I will explain why they've framed it that way in a moment. Rangateke are due to make their decision next week. I don't believe their council paper has been published yet. But I think they are probably in a similar sort of space of seeing both the benefits of scale, but also seeing the benefits of those kind of tight relationships and that community of interest that we share around the district. In terms of why Ruapehu have phrased it that way is because amongst the rest of the seven of us, I think we've talked previously about the fact that Manawatu were quite early in declaring that a full regional model was not for them, and they would focus on either sort of in-house or single council CCOs or a sub-regional model with Kapiti, Horowhenua and Palmerston North. So I think Ruapehu have kept the door open to as big as possible, but recognising that the practical reality is probably that the dominoes are going to fall in a particular way, and that's backed up by the fact that Palmerston North City Council last week, similar to this and the others, have said that they will consult on all the options that we've looked at, including the full council model, but that their preferred option is that four council Kapiti, Horowhenua, Manawatu, Palmerston North piece. So I think that quote I started with at the beginning around sort of most people are settling on 3 to 4 councils, I think that's particularly interesting, where we've sort of gone in with a kind of the potential for as big as possible, and working with the people that it makes sense to work with, but that where we're landing is again that sort of 3 to 4 model, and likewise the Waikato, which has been one of the other sort of big ones that started off at about 10 or 11 councils, I think is sort of falling into smaller clumps of 3 to 4. So there's an interesting piece there around wanting to work with the people that we feel comfortable working with and trust and have relationships with in a significant way.
Thank you. And so I would imagine then that the neighbours would be going through the same sort of parallel process that we'll be going through.
Yep. And Tararua is tomorrow.
And ultimately, when we get to making a decision after the consultation process, how are we going to manage the dominoes, you know, because everything's, I guess it's going to be subject to, you know, say we decide to join up with whoever, it'll be subject to them making the same decision.
Yes, I expect so. Yeah, we will probably need to plan that quite carefully and understand those motivations quite well. And I think one of the benefits of the work that we have done as a full group of 7 is that when we've sort of emerged into this looking at the 3 of us option, those relationships and that sort of trust and working model has already been in place. So we've actually, some of this work that you've seen here has been done quite quickly, but it's because we've had that benefit of 12 months of working together. And in the same way, I think as we go through that formal consultation process, where again, we will run our own consultations, but we will have made sure that we are aligned and we understand what each of us is saying and that our figures all make sense and that we're not contradicting each other, because we shouldn't, because we are in the same place. And likewise, in terms of that journey through that process, if that is the preferred option of where we get to, we will make sure that that sequences and makes sense together.
Thank you. Just finally, you've pointed to this theme that seems to be emerging about 3 or 4. If you had to distill that into a rationale and kind of synthesise for us why that's happening?
Humans. In the sense that at the heart of this is people, both as decision makers and as communities, and we kind of have relationships and trust and a sense of neighbourliness, or a sense of they're like us and they've got the same interests as us. So that idea of a community of interest being a bit bigger than just our district, but it's stretching so far but not completely.
Yeah,
and that for me is, it's the people side of it.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Rob, your
thank
another
you.
question.
This table that you sent out yesterday is quite powerful as far as my decision making is concerned, because we see things in actual dollar terms. The first 2 years, 24, 25, 25, 26, I presume are actual. So we see quite a big difference between Wanganui and the other 2 councils. And getting through to the end of it, we see Wanganui 2914, Ruapehu 39137, and Rangatiki 5033. So then you have a bottom line. I presume the bottom line is a calculation of what it's proposed to be if all 3 councils were in, because it says average. How is that calculated?
Yeah. Would it be possible to get the slide deck back up? So and could you move on to the last slide, please? The very last slide, yep. No, 2 more. So that's that's the table that was circulated yesterday by email that Councillor Vincent is referring to.
Yeah.
So that the very bottom line of that table matches the dark green line, so that's the average line. Yeah. So it's a pretty blunt instrument of if we just took all the total cost and the total number of ratepayers and made the assumptions about efficiencies from scale, what tips out when you divide total cost by total ratepayers. And it's really important to note that in here, the Wanganui line isn't the same as what our Go It Alone line would look like, and it's because we've modelled assumptions about efficiency that come with scale in there. But that green line is if you took a very blunt approach to normalisation, harmonisation, whatever you want to call it, that's the green line, and you can see that we remain below it just by a little bit, and then we would creep above it in the later years. So we would benefit from having more people to help us in the future. And that tracks to, if you could go back 2 slides, please, Anna. That sort of where we're at the moment in terms of that very high level proposed implementation plan that I think I shared with SMP committee a week or 2 ago, we think that we would keep a kind of cost to serve model for the first couple of years of that CCO's operation, and the very earliest that we would begin to talk about harmonisation or moving to that green line position would be about year 4 of the operations of the CCO, or about financial year 28-29. So you'd sort of see us maintain that cost to serve benefit, and we'd really only move to the harmonised position, we think, at the moment, once it became an upside for us.
The difference at year 10 is like between Rangitikei and Wanganui is 29 to 5,033. It's hard to imagine in my mind, and I don't doubt you've got this correct, but it's hard to actually be credible that that amount of difference could come down to that much in terms of efficiency and savings, because, you know, it's hard to think that there'll be that much in savings to get down like that. So what's your comment about that, Catherine?
So we modelled the savings at, I think, 10% of capital expenditure and 6% of OPEX. And we ramped it up from a lower rate than that to hit that in year 8 or 9, I think. Yeah. Yep. So when you are multiplying kind of 10%, it makes a difference, and then that's also the benefit of spreading it over more people as well. It just brings your average right down.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
I think my question's just been answered. There's a lot of work in here, and it's way above me, some of the stuff. But my biggest concern was when I'm talking to one of my ratepayers, they'll say, is it going to be cheaper for us or cost us more? How can it be cheaper? I want a simple answer for that.
I mean, I would argue that the answer is probably it's going to cost you about the same, but we get a bunch of other benefits, and we'll be able to manage cost increases better in the future. That would be my answer to that question. And I would love to be able to promise you that this will be loads cheaper, except the numbers don't show that. And that is partly because all those things we've talked about before, because we've done a good job in the past, we don't get immediate and instant financial savings. Right. But it won't cost us any more.
Do we know how well their systems are at the moment? Like, there's not going to be any big blowout in a couple of years' time. They're going to need 50 million to fix something.
No, we've done some due diligence through their long-term plans, as they have through ours, and their infrastructure strategies. I think they are all reasonably robust, as are ours. We do know that it's probably year 11 where some things get interesting, but that's no different than normal for many councils. So I think we know that some stuff is pushed into the future, but it's not that it's not in existence. So they've got plans, they've just at the moment pushed it out into year 11 or beyond. So I suppose if that seemed like a risk, the better financing and things might mean that you could bring that forward and kind of create opportunity for those projects to become cheaper if you brought them forward. But that's all a level of detail. But I think that's the kind of level of comfort we have in the data we've got available to us.
We're going to have to sell it pretty well to our ratepayer because they're going to ask that question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Philippa.
Yep,
no, you're good. You were good.
Sorry.
No, you're not. Yep, good now.
Sorry, I haven't got the... You did say earlier the general CCO model. You know, there's a variety of them up on, but But I guess my basic question is, sorry, just what stops a CCO that won't have any elected members on it in the future I mean, I know they'll have reporting responsibilities, etc., but kind of what makes it decide, for example, that no, the modeling's not quite right, you know, one council needs actually some more investment, a wastewater treatment plant fails, whatever, and sorry, Wanganui, but it's just going to cost you a whole lot more.
So I think to a large extent when a board makes those decisions, it will be because of the regulators driving that. So if the regulators turn around and say, this is not good enough, this is where you need to focus your investment, that board will have to do that. But by the same token, we run that risk. If we go it alone, the regulators could turn around and say, no, you thought you didn't need to spend that 30 million for another 15 years, but you do. You need to spend it next year. And then the only people we've got to help with that is us. And the only finance we've potentially got available to us is the existing debt levels that we have available to us that have to also be balanced against the priorities that are non-waters related. So I think there will be a shift overall in what drives decision making into the future.
Thank you. And also in regard to, you know, the crystal ball gazing about who those directors kind of might be, depending on what model we go to, do we have any kind of sense that they will have some connections to our regions, that they will have a head and a heart and acumen, but that they're not just going to be, you know, appointed in Wellington and, you know, serving the best interests of Wellington?
You will know better from the decisions you already make about appointing directors to CCOs that we already have and how you ensure some of that head and heart and Wanganui or district-based best interest is secured. At the same time, they have to be skills-based appointment, and we can build in the skills and knowledge to reflect our local area, but I'm yet to see a job description that lists head and heart, but there are ways of tackling that. And I think, though, in terms of attracting the best possible candidates and the ones that are the most aligned with the kind of thing we want to see, some of that is also baked into the kind of organisation we might design, the people we are partnering with, the kind of values that we bake into it at the start. And so I'm increasingly looking ahead to, actually, if this is the direction of travel, if this is the route we want to go down, where are the opportunities to be genuinely leading edge, to be game changing, to make this as much about us and place and our neighbours, but that kind of community of interest? How do we make this a really exciting proposition for people to work for and for innovative head and heart directors to want to come in and be like, I want to be part of this, I want to work for you guys, and I want to make this a really exciting thing because what you've decided to do is exciting and an opportunity. So that's the other way to look at it.
I'm sorry, is it likely that possible some of these directors might be sitting on multiple CCOs across the country?
I'd have thought yes. No?
Yeah. Sorry, through you, Your Worship. Probably remind you, one of the features is that the shareholding councils, someone sitting around the table right now, will be part of the process to appoint the directors. So you get to pick. So who they are, what background they've got, their connection to Wanganui, whether they're on multiple CCOs or not, they're all criteria that you get to factor in as part of your decision-making process because you'll be in control of it.
Thank you, David.
Okay, no further questions. So, but that was really good. So, thank you very much. It's a massive subject, this, and a big decision for us as a community. So, I'll put the no further questions. So I'll propose that we move the recommendation on the screen. I'm not going to read it all out. It's So just put your microphone on, Rob.
Yeah. Can we just vote on the second one separately, please? Yeah.
Okay. And the rest of it is one as well? Okay. Right.
Just a point here. It says that a multi-council WSCCO is included in the analysis. Further down, it says that we aren't going to support that. So why have we got it up there? And another clause, surely it should be taken out of the top one.
So that'd be great. So I'm just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So in A section 1, you're talking about A3, is it? Is that? So can you just is it that?
So
that bit
Yeah,
there?
that there.
Yep.
There is a reason for that. So one, the reason it stays in there as an option that we've considered is because it is a real and legitimate option that we have considered, and there are pros and cons to it. And being a little bit tactical, it keeps our options open in the long term. So if in 3 months everyone's gone through their consultation and we get to March or April and the 7 councils come together and go, actually our community's told us we must join up as big as possible if we're going to do it, we will be able to reconsider that option if we have included it in our consultation and know what the views of our community are. So there is a little bit of being tactical about finding out what people think about the options that we've looked at, as well as our preferred option. At the same time, we have reached the conclusion of that piece of work and that project, and we don't need to do any more work on it. And so if you wish to close down future work on it at the moment, we can do, and that's the reason for the part C.
Okay.
Okay. You happy with that?
Yeah, that'll be okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's a great explanation. Thank you, Catherine, for that. So, Councillor Ross, did you have? No? Okay, great. Yeah. Don't. So we. I'm happy to move this the first part, which is the unhighlighted bit. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Charlie. So let's comment on this first, I assume. So we'll comment.
Are we moving everything except
for the highlighted bit? Hopefully that's clear. It's there it is.
zoom up a bit?
Yep. No, I'm taking the unhighlighted bit first. Yep.
The highlight bit is the bit that you want to take separately, Rob?
Yeah. So we'll do that. We'll do that second. So we'll have comments now. To have any. Yeah. So what I want to do is comment now on the unhighlighted bit. I can't really. It's because it's in smack in the middle of the thing, so it's better easier to say that. So we'll comment on that first. So this excludes number 2 there, which specifies the 3 council water services CCO with Rangitikei and Ruapehi district councils as the council's proposed model of future water services delivery. So do we have any comments? No comments? Okay, great. So I will put the unhighlighted bit motion on the screen. No, and all those in favour? Against? Abstain, anyone? So that's carried. Right, so we'll move back to the highlighted bit, which is number 2, that specifies a 3 council water services CCO with Rangitikei and Ruapehi district councils as the council's proposed model of future water services delivery. So do I have any comments on that, please? Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When Three Waters first came out, the uproar that happened from local councils, don't tell us what to do, this will cost us more money, we don't want to lose control, locals serving locals. And yet another government comes in, gives you the same option, and now we want to participate in a smaller version of Three Waters. Yet there's still arguments hold true. We do lose control. We do have a CCO over our why. And the funny thing about it is that we want to make sure that we have full control over our commodities, locals serving locals. And then the costs come in, which I find substantial. To give you an example of this, $5 per household hanging baskets, $10.2 per household aviary, $13.4 per household east swimming pool, $128 per household between the two options. To me, it's very clear that we go alone. We go alone for economic reasons. We go alone for conserving our local voice. We go alone for ensuring that we don't export this commodity to a different mindset of a CCO. It stays under council, under our control, and it has the obligations under the Tuapua Act that only we really understand. I can feel the gaze already, but I feel like we do. I have seen no reasoning to not do this. I was hoping that this was just, we had to do it, and therefore we come to the conclusion, but now the option is, the proposed option to go with 3 other people. I'm a little bit astonished, to be honest, that we've come to this conclusion, and I hope some of you will push back and say, no, we're going alone.
All right, thank you. Councillor Robb.
Thank you. The reason I asked to have this separate is not because I don't accept that the 3 council model is the best solution. It's simply I am in favour of it, but we have to only for the reason that we have to select a preferred option, which seems rather strange to me. I think the jury's out on this. And this document that Catherine sent out in the last day sort of tells me that we're potentially bailing out another couple of councils here. I mean, this is substantial differences in what the projections are for these councils. In year 10, it's projected for Wanganui to be 2,914, and in Rangitikei it's projected to be 5,033. Now, this is substantial, and I think there's a little bit of water to go under the bridge, as it's, pardon the pun, to actually be convincing on this. For instance, it was mentioned that from year 11 onwards, the picture changes substantially. I think we have to have that, because my biggest fear of this is that the Wanganui District Council will be seen as bailing out the other 2 councils. And I just don't think that this is disproven. By the February, when we have to vote on this, I hope it will be disproven. But at this point in time, I am quite concerned about the 3 council option, but see no other option but to vote for it because it's better than the others. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you. In the model that we're looking at now, I want to keep this very simple. There are 9 positives. Going it alone, there are 3 additional benefits. And the 9th point in going into a small group is that we keep our decision making within the Wanganui Awa catchment area. Very, very important that we hold that. The opposite could be said, that I know the community is saying they're very worried about us bailing out other councils. What if we're the one that needs bailing out? Then those other 2 councils and their ratepayers will be going, what the? So when we go out to community, this is probably one of the big three questions we're going to get from the community about, doesn't bailing out another council mean there's going to be huge cost increases to our ratepayers for something that may not happen to us in return? And I think, to me, from the people I've spoken to, that's the second question. The number one question is, what's it going to cost us? And those models have given a very clear example that it's marginal. So the second question, which is the bailing out one, is the one we really have to get across to our community in a very clear and succinct manner.
Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks to Catherine and your team and David and et al. For the very clear distillation of the information that we've been presented with, not only today but over recent months, in fact, probably all year, as we've been on this journey. We have to signal a preferred option, but my read on the way this has been crafted is that we're throwing the net as wide as we can, because, as a previous colleague has already mentioned, there is a lot of water to go under the bridge yet, and this is really just this is preparing the moot for conversation with our community about, okay, this is how we see things. What's your feedback? What do you want to tell us? We've got to land somewhere middle of next year. So yeah, this is just an invitation to have the conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, when the previous government proposed the affordable water reforms and the centralisation into the water services entities, my key concern was the ability of the what was nominal shareholder councils to be able to contribute to the decision-making process in an effective way. That concern was never fully answered for me, and that's why I had reservations about those reforms. However, what we've got in front of us is what I consider to be a perfect happy medium, where we have a proposal that allows us to team up with councils that have similar interests, particularly around the Te Awa Tupua Wanganui River catchment and that alignment, but that also enables us to access greater borrowing rates. I think the number is 500% as opposed to the 280 that we're able to access at the moment, which means that our neighbouring councils that do require significant investments will be able to access the investment required. But equally, in terms of cross-subsidisation and that concern that's been raised previously, we need to remember that there will come a time in future where Wanganui also requires significant investment, and this new model will enable us to achieve that far more effectively, in my view, than what going it alone would. And so, for those reasons, I am compelled to support this based on the information that's been provided, and I do want to acknowledge Catherine and the finance team and David and everyone else that's contributed to this work, and you too, Andrew, for the work that's gone on with the other mayors. I think we've arrived at a really good place, and I'm looking forward to engaging with the community on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
And, I would also like to thank Catherine for taking us on this journey. I feel well informed and able to put this whole proposal in its entirety out to the public consultation and look forward to that. So, yeah, just thanks to Catherine.
Councillor Jenny, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a big thank you to Catherine and the entire team for all the amazing work you've done over a long period of time to bring this to us. I think it's really important that we do go out to our community, because remember, today we're not making a decision where we are contradicting myself, deciding what we're going to put out to consultation. And I think it's really important that we don't go out with standalone, because then our community will go, yeah, standalone is good, that's good, and there'll be very little response, if anything, from our community. When we go out with this option, and of all the options besides standalone, this is also my preferred option, it actually is a provocation to our community to actually respond, to look at it, and then come back with it to us with their questions and how they feel. And it's a much better consultation tool than doing the opposite. I also like the fact that it is about the Wanganui, our catchment. and that to me is really, really important. So I'm in support of this as the option to take out to community consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. As I was saying, I will reservedly support this. I think some of the other speakers have said, well, kind of, you know, some of the reasoning why. I mean, I really look forward to our community. I think this will prompt our community to speak to us more than going out with a single CCO, and really that was the only, in my view, only other reasonably valid option at this stage. And, you know, I guess it's around some of those other benefits, not necessarily the financial, but they've also got risks. I guess, I mean, I kind of recall, and I've said it before, you know, the Minister of Health previous chucked me off a health board, and a few of my colleagues around the table a couple of years ago, maybe a little bit longer, 3 years ago. And at the time I was kind of like, well, in health we haven't managed to sort IT systems, talking to each other, not just between secondary and primary, with 20 district health boards and some other things. So, hey, if we haven't sorted this in a few years, perhaps the government can. I talked to a senior health board leader the other day who's recently retired, and she said there's no question, you know, sorting out systems can be done a lot better with some capacity, and that health should go, you know, in that direction. But you've got to stay close to the people who know. So I guess I see this three council model as this is our wider, but this is about the people. Catherine said something before, it's about people. It's the way we think. We're, you know, we're concerned about going too big, but this is about our neighbours. This is about our catchment. This is about Te Awa Tupua. And this, you know, as long as we will be appointing the joint directors if it goes this way, and we'll have you know, the CCO will have, there'll be a reporting system. So we're not just chucking it like Three Waters. We're not chucking it to some entity. We're not chucking it completely away from council. So yeah, I look forward to, I will reservedly support this and look really forward to our consultation with our communities, and look forward to the other decisions of coming up with Rangatike, I guess, particularly. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you all for your comments. So just to round this off, I am fully supportive of this option here to have a Rangatike Ruapehu Wanganui model for water delivery. As has been alluded to, I've spoken to the various, spoken to the two mayors, Mayor Andy Watson and Mayor Weston Curtin, about this, and look, at the end of the day, we haven't made a decision. We're just making a decision on what we consult with, and that's an important point here, that we will take time to listen to our community, as well as others will take time to listen to their own communities as well, and we'll see where that lands. What I would say, though, is that I am coming on the back of going back to 1989. That's the last time there has been any major reform in local government. And since then, we've seen local government drift along, and I think it's time to think differently about how councils operate and work with each other. This is an opportunity with local water done well to look for collaboration opportunities beyond just local water done well. We've got the regional deals that have also presented themselves as an opportunity to further collaborate with other councils. There is no way that a coalition government or any government would interact with just a single council on a regional deal. The threshold is a population of around 200,000. However, we had a visit from Minister Nicola Willis on Friday last week, and I had some time to talk to her about where the direction we were taking in regard to local water done well, and also wider collaboration around regional deals, and she is very supportive of that, because what we're doing, we're heading in the right direction in regard to collaboration with other councils. So the first cab off the rank, a ticket to the game, is local water done well. We need to have that before we go any further in regard to collaboration. So if we get this across the line, it gives us an opportunity to think differently about how we collaborate and find further efficiencies and a more effective delivery model across wider the wider council business. We also need to think, if we think about Ruapehu Rangatiki Wanganui, the Wanganui River has its own piece of legislation, just like the Wanganui River. Doesn't have personhood, but it's certainly got legislation that gives rights for the Wanganui River. And so water is very important to our community, our catchment, from the mountain to the sea, from Ruapehu for Wanganui and from Tongariro for the Wanganui River, which flows north up towards Taumaranui in the Ruapehu region, and then down south again to right past us. And so what I'm talking about here is our iwi hapu catchment as well, and the importance of our catchment for iwi hapu from mountain to sea. So local water done well with the Ruapehu Rangatiki Wanganui. I've spoken to our iwi hapu Ngātarangi and also our iwi hapu in the lower reaches, just in principle of an arrangement with Ruapehu Rangatiki Wanganui, and in principle they are they're happy with that. I just caught up with Gerard Albert this week, and in principle he's happy with that. It's not his own that's his own view, but it's really important that we have our iwi and hapu on side with any direction we take in regard to local water done well, as well as wider collaboration. The other point as well, we need, when I think about local water done well and thinking beyond just local water done well, we often think in silos. We think of one specific item, but it's really important that we think across the wider visitor sector, our health sector, our education sector, transport and logistics, shared services, etc. You could name a pretty long list there where we have a common interest with Ruapehu Rangatiki in regard to those areas, where we can seek further collaboration over and above local water done well, and where it's for mutual benefit for all of our districts, all three, and so the mayors of Ruapehu and Rangatiki are also very open to that as well, and it's ultimately not our call, but I've signalled for a long time that I think we need to find collaboration opportunities with our neighbours, and to Catherine's point, it's about people first, and we have good relationships with our neighbours. Who knows what will happen in the future, but if we can, the first cab off the rank for me is local water done well, and a regional deal to put to the coalition government so that we can get on and control our destiny. We can still retain our identity as Wanganui. We are still who we are. We don't want to lose that, but we also want to ensure that we are getting the best for our own community, and I think collaboration with our neighbours gives us the opportunity to leverage other opportunities as well. So I'll leave it there, and I will, no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen, item number 2 there, that specifies the 3 council water services CCO with Rangatiki and Ruapehu district councils is the council's proposed model of future water service delivery. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Michael. Motion is carried. Thank you. Right, next item, 8 points, and so, sorry, just once again, Catherine, sorry, I did thank you at the start, but I'll thank you at the end as well, just to finish that. You've done a huge amount of work, and also I want to point to the finance team. I'm saying the finance team as well, because the wider finance team, I'm sure, have been fully involved in this as well, and the water team, and Rob, you're there as well, Rob Goldsberry. So look, I'm not going to mention individual names, but you know who you are, and thank you very much. It is a huge amount of work. So, and thank you, David, too, for your work in this as well. So we move to item 8.6, the contract 2015 for the Wanganui Airport Parallel Taxiway. Rosemary Fletcher is unfortunately away unwell, but we do have Phil McBride here and Sarah Hagan to present on this. I will preface it by saying that, I'll leave it to you to talk to it first.
Thank you. This report is to update you on the Parallel Taxiway project, but primarily because of its size and the nature of the work. The project was approved via the long-term plan and indeed was the number one priority business case assessed through the planning process. At that time, and ideally, when we planned to do this work, we would deliver the works in one phase. Delivery of the project mitigates significant safety issues that have existed since 2019. The aeronautical study that we conducted at that time then identified high risk regarding backtracking, which is mitigated by the parallel taxiway. I wanted to reinforce that the safety risk and the issues around that largely rest with me as the Chief Executive of the airport, followed closely by David as the Chief Executive of Wanganui District Council. Delivery of the full project is also reliant on receiving the half share from our joint venture partner, the Ministry of Transport. So once the project was committed through the long-term plan, Phil and I engaged in discussion with senior officials at the Ministry of Transport between June and July, very senior officials. And during this time it became clear that the Ministry is unable to provide co-funding from the joint venture multi-year appropriation. That appropriation is a 5-year appropriation, so it goes from 2023 to 2028. The reason that they have given us around why they can't fund that is that they do not consider this essential to the ongoing operation of the airport. The Chief Executive of the airport, so myself, and members of the airport team disagree with this assessment. With this situation upon us, and still needing to address the safety issues that we know exist, we spent quite a bit of time considering what our options might be around getting on with this work. This consideration has been done alongside our ministry partner, so they're aware of that. They've been part of the conversations and they've provided us feedback on the report, and also with the contractor. And I'll just go to the contractor in a moment. So there's been quite a conversation about how we can slice and dice the project a little bit differently to achieve some safety mitigation activities sooner. The contract was awarded to the current contractor in 2023 as part of the reseal works, which you've all just recently seen. And there were separable portions as part of that contract. So there were 3 separable portions, in fact. The first being the design for both the reseal works, which we did and delivered last year. The design for the parallel taxiway is the first separable portion. Getting on and doing the resale works was the second separable portion, and the third separable portion is doing the parallel taxiway works. As part of, we're talking about the last separable portion. As part of that process, they have agreed, well, we've managed to get agreement through the contract that they've held the price for this work as tendered and awarded in 2023. The ideal window for this work is for us to start in summer. So we feel we've come to this point as quickly as and as practically as we can, and the contractors are ready to literally put the shovel in the ground on the 13th of December next year, 13th of January next year, sorry. And I think I put 2023 in the report, so sorry, that's an obvious typo. With those factors in mind and that preamble, we've pivoted and we're proposing to deliver this works in a phased manner. So we're splitting the works in half. What we're suggesting, what we're moving forward with is highlighted in figure 2, some of the parallel taxiway. That work commits us only to the funding that we have put aside in the long-term plan, and it mitigates 70% of the risk that we've been carrying now since 2019. Meanwhile, we were invited to lodge an application to the Regional Infrastructure Fund, which we did about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and that followed an expressions of interest process where they came back and said, you tick all of the boxes at this early phase, now we'd invite you to make an application. We're expecting to hear the outcome of that application before Christmas. So what that means is, best case scenario, we make a start on the works with delivering the first phase of the project, and the fund is awarded to us, the RIF fund application is awarded to us, so while we've got the contractors on the job, we finish the second phase of the work. Worst case scenario is that we make a start on the first phase of the work and we stop when we get to the end of the first phase of the work. If that is the outcome that we arrive at, we will continue to seek the second half of the funding from our joint venture partner. Phil, did you have anything you wanted to add? Put your microphone on.
Just to say that the risk that's there, it's a risk which is actually eventuating on a fairly regular basis. Runway incursions is what we're trying to stop, and we do get regular runway incursions with the current configuration of the airport. So that's the prime risk for us. We've been fortunate that the results of those runway incursions have been negligible, but the risk is that it could result in a major aircraft accident. So.
Okay. Great, thank you. So questions, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. So it's intention to build the taxiway from the existing taxiway to the terminal to the east. Just do that part first, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
I couldn't find. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So effectively from the academy.
You just bring the microphone a bit closer. Sorry, Phil.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
From the academy out to the parallel taxiway alignment, and then all the way down to the threshold runway 29.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah. And are the King Airs going to be able to use this, or is it just for the lighties?
King Airs.
Not the Saabs, eh?
No.
Okay. If our partner comes good with the money, then we'll do the rest of it.
Yes.
So what you've done there is more than half, isn't it?
It's more than half in terms of the distance along the runway, but it doesn't include the stub taxiways to get access on and off at various places along the runway, and also access to the refuelling sites, which is designed to reduce the amount of activity over the apron. Where you've got Air Chatham's loading passengers, Air Wanganui loading patients, and you've got lots of small aircraft taxiing to and fro.
Yep.
Not a good mix.
Cool. So, thanks.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. Very fortuitous that we had a tour of it the other week. So, fixed price tender that you think might be compromised should we not start the work in Q1, correct? Can you comment on what the prices have been doing over the last wee while in terms of increasing, decreasing?
The primary one is the cost of bitumen.
Yeah.
It's not getting cheaper. The closing of Marsden Point now means that all the bitumen's imported into the country, as opposed to getting it from Marsden Point. So the obvious cost impact of that is clear, plus wages, etc.
So we can conclude that the price won't have gone down.
Definitely.
Right, thank you. Number one. I'm a little bit unclear. In the paper we're talking about half the work for half the price. Is it a little bit more than half the work for half the price?
No, it's the first half of the money, what we'll get for that dollar. So we worked out how much we'd get for 3.6, which is the council's LTP funding, and that's what we've come up with that. As I said to Councillor Charlie, it's slightly longer in terms of half of the length of the runway, but it does include all those extra stubs that would be put in as part of the full project.
I would have thought, and tell me where I've got this wrong, I would have thought that set up and getting out there, as quite a big piece of a project, you know, the setup of the project, and it wouldn't buy you as much runway, if you like. But that's not the case.
It's a reasonable portion, but it's not huge. The setup is just bringing a few vehicles out and the container for the accommodations and toilets and things. There's not a massive amount of setup.
Okay.
Some of the parts which we're not going to get in this first half is asphalt around the fueling areas. The rest of the taxiway is chip seal, but in the high movement areas around the fueling points where they'll be turning on tight turns, that's going to be asphalt. So we get more than half of the linear metres, but we get half of the project.
Right.
That makes sense?
Just because I went out the other day, I understand what you're talking about. I mean, I think we're between a rock and a hard place. What worries me the most, and I'd like you to tease this out a little bit, is if we do it, you know, and we're not successful in the infrastructure fund, just how compromised our ability is to get the other 3.6 out at some time in the future. Or we're 70% of the way there, and so waka kotahi, you go, yeah, okay, well, that'll do you.
Yeah, we're 70% of the way there with respect to mitigating the risk. We've delivered half of the project, we've mitigated 70% of the risk through delivering half of the project, so just to get clear about that. The conversations that we've had so far with the Ministry of Transport have included us going back to them every budget year until the multi-year appropriation is formally reviewed. The signal so far has been that that approach for next year's budget, so budget 25, would potentially be unfavourable, but in subsequent years before the multi-year appropriation expires, it may be more favourable. They haven't made any commitments, but they haven't closed the door either. And I know that's it's an open response.
Yeah. It is. And can I also ask a question around the fact that we've got a major change in terms of a project here, and we're receiving the report. So can you just talk to me about why we're doing that, and you know, we're effectively noting it rather than approving it or not?
Through you, Chair.
He'll be back in a moment.
Yes, through you, Chair. This was a matter that Sarah and I discussed at the beginning of preparing the report. The reason it's an information report is that we wanted to bring this to your attention, but it's not a decision report because there's no formal resolutions required, and if there was a view around the table that we shouldn't be proceeding with the project, that's something that again doesn't require a resolution of council to make that call. You can just give me that direction directly. So in the end we settled on that it was an information report because we wanted to flag it for your awareness. Does that make sense?
Sort of. Just can we tease that out a bit? So we're talking about a change in project to our annual plan, long-term plan, you know, our budgeted plan, worth $3.6 million. So would it be normal process, and this is what you're telling me, but I'm just having a bit of difficulty getting past it, normal process for a $3.6 million change in a capital project, and it could be that's the nuance between a capital project and perhaps operations, where we're getting told about it, but we're not being asked for a decision on it.
So through you, Chair, I don't see this as being out with our normal process. Some of the nuances, the direction of change. So for example, if we had another project and we were bringing it in and delivering the outcome, or substantively delivering the outcome for a $3.6 million saving, we wouldn't bring you a decision report on that. But if we were saying we needed to spend an additional $3.6 million, then obviously that would become a decision because that's a material sum of money. I think officers' view at the time of writing this report was we can deliver the majority of the outcome within the funding that has been allocated in the long-term plan, and it was a judgment call as to how material that was. If you think we've got that slightly off, happy to stand corrected on it. But at the same time, I go back to my earlier point, I don't think there's any resolutions required. So the door is always open for you to give us direction if you wanted us to change course on this one. Again, another reason why we didn't think a full decision report was required.
Thank you.
And can I, and this is a minor point, but I think it's an important distinction, is that we still want to deliver the full project, so we've cut it into some phases that we can manage for the time being while we have these outstanding conversations that need to be closed off. So the rest of the project won't go away. We're just chunking it into manageable sections.
Yeah, achievable.
Sorry, Councillor Kate, just one further point. I think another determining factor as to why an information report rather than a decision one is there isn't much discretion in this one. The safety risk is on the radar of the Civil Aviation Authority, and if we don't do something to mitigate it, we're putting the certification of the airport at risk. And then, as Sarah's already alluded to, both her and I would be personally liable as health and safety at work officers under the Act were there to be an accident. And to be honest, if the volume of traffic movements continues to grow at the airport as they are trending at the moment, if we don't do something, we would be putting Sarah and I in a relatively untenable position. Your only alternative would be to reduce the volume of traffic at the airport.
Absolutely, I get that, thank you. Just one last question, and it's around, we spend what was a $7.2 million project to deal with 100% of the risk. We're spending 3.6 to deal with 70% of the risk. Doesn't that compromise the whole $7.2 million piece of work?
It's only 70% because that's the prevailing winds. So the prevailing winds in Wanganui is a westerly, and 70% of the time it's a westerly. So by doing this end of the runway first, which is the direction they take off in and land in, that's addressing it for those times. So it's addressing 70% of the times for the risk, but the risk itself is still there for when they use. So if they use the other runway, for example, it's 100% risk in the other direction.
Okay, so it's not quite as simple as how I've outlined it.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of a rough sort of way of doing it, but it's just saying that this is the ideal direction to go in to start with, because in most occurrences it's going to be in that runway in use.
Would it be more accurate to say it mitigates the risk for 70% of the vehicle movements?
Yeah, that'd be a more accurate way of saying it, yep.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ross. Thank you.
Kate put my question well in advance, and I understand the responses from the officers. I'm not disagreeing with the recommendation, but process. We went to the public and the LTP for a parallel taxiway at 7.2. That funding's been rejected by the Transport, and in essence, we're now saying to the public, despite what the Transport has said to us, we're going to go ahead and use that 3.6 of the allocated funds and do part of it anyway. And I understand the safety issues that's putting you two in, and I heard the CE mention you may or may not need a resolution. My words would be to tidy it up, because I think we're actually, I hear the answer, but I actually think we're going in a direction that we did not take to the public. And from that point of view and our accountability, I want someone to say to me, Ross, you don't need a resolution from this council to approve 3.6 for a part parallel taxiway. That's the updated version on record as opposed to a recommendation. So I need someone to tell me why we don't need that resolution.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass over to David. What I would say is that, I'll pass over to David first and he'll probably cover my comment.
So Through you, Worship, I think it's important to remember we're not building a parallel taxiway for the sake of building a parallel taxiway. The outcome we're trying to achieve is mitigating a safety risk. We can deliver the majority of that outcome within the funding envelope we've got available to us. So in that regard, it's still broadly in line with the priorities in the LTP. And I think that's how it's worded, is we can't amend the priorities significantly, amend the priorities in the LTP. So I don't believe that this meets the threshold that requires a resolution. That said, though, there's nothing stopping you today, if you wanted to move an amendment to the recommendation that adds another subpart to it that allows you to make a conscious decision that says you endorse the project proceeding, or you give authority to the Chief Executive to proceed with the project. From a belts and braces point of view, great, fine. Or to the counter, if you want us to stop. That's also an option for you today.
Your Worship, I have drafted some words here if you want to hear them, along the lines of what David has just said.
Okay. So you've got those. Very neat writing for a start, so that's good. So
do you want me to read it?
No, it's fine. So you've got an alternative motion here. What the council agrees.
Well, it can tack onto this. I think council received the report, and then and that.
Right. Okay. So the council agrees. No, I can't read that bit because you've got a little bit there.
Agrees with the recommendation.
Agrees with the recommendation to proceed with constructing partial parallel runway for a fixed price of $3.6 million.
Yes.
And
that
officers continue to seek alternative funding of $3.6 million from the Regional Infrastructure Fund to complete the full-length parallel runway.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, great. So I'll pass that to. Yeah. So I'm just going to talk amongst yourselves for a moment and just type that up so we're clear about what we're. Yeah.
visiting this whole project. I'm just really pleased it wasn't a velodrome, or cyclists might fall off the end if it's only 7% done, but you know, this can obviously work. Thank you.
Half a roof. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the motion, and I'm hoping all my colleagues will be on the right side of history and support this.
All right. No, so look, sensible, pragmatic discussion. We live in a pretty dynamic environment at the moment with central government funding ebbing and flowing, more ebbing, I would say, and safety is, as has been well pointed out, as the first consideration here. And thank you, Phil. Thank you, Sarah. Safety is paramount. That's the first question we should always ask, and we've had a couple of near misses by the sounds of it, and we want to ensure that those are mitigated, and this is what this does. So I support this as well, and I think pragmatic additions to this as well. So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen as I've just read out. All those in favour? Against? Abstain? Motion carried. Thank you.
So if we want to go past 12:45.
Can I do it in case we do, or when we get there?
Well, you can. I mean, depends how quick it's going to be.
I don't really want to rush, David. We've got 10 minutes. Okay. Right. Okay. Right, we're going to keep moving. We've got another 10 minutes until we need to pass a motion to extend the time period. I'm also conscious that Councillor Charlotte needs to pick up cute little kids. So David reckons he can do this in 10 minutes. If we need to, though, I don't want to just rush through for the sake of it. We will extend that if required. So over to you, David, for 8.7 Chief Executive's report.
Through your worship, I will take the report as read. As usual, it just cherry picks a few highlights of my activity over the last reporting period. I'll just start off by highlighting, first of all, the LiDAR funding opportunity. So I think this is a great example of how partnering up can add additional value for our community. So we use LiDAR for an assorted purposes, from planning for civil defence, monitoring natural hazards, coastal erosion, those kind of things, as well as planning our infrastructure and zoning land in the district plan. We are one of the few regions that is left that doesn't have complete LiDAR coverage, and we did have a budget in the long-term plan to progressively close that gap over the next 10 years, kind of chipping away at it, spending about 120k a year. Through a partnership with NTT, where they've taken the lead in an application, we've secured collectively between all of the parties involved almost $1 million, which means we can do the whole job in one hit, and our ratepayer will get the benefit of having access to nearly $1 million worth of data for the price of only 120k, which is next year's annual budget. So I did just want to flag that I have used my delegation to approve bringing that funding forward because of the ongoing cost savings that it'll deliver by being able to do the work this financial year. So some good news, and just shows what we can achieve when we let the community take a bit of a lead in some of this work as well. Again, what has turned into a regular feature of my reports recently is an update on the initiatives that are being rolled out under the 6-point plan for affordable rates. Just will correct, paragraph 2 says that that's progress as of 30th September. That should actually be 31st of October. In terms of actual performance, I'm pleased to see that particularly the non-rates revenue, we're tracking ahead of the targets that we've set for ourselves. And through some of our recent activity, in particular the management restructure, we're starting to see the efficiencies and the cost savings track back on target to where we want to be by the end of the financial year, and also making inroads into some structural cost reductions which will achieve next year's saving targets as well. One point that I would highlight, the development contributions continues to lag behind the target, and you'll recall that I've previously reported how that was likely to have a slow start and then would gear up as we go through the financial year. I am told that now over $100,000 worth of development contributions have been assessed as being due to be paid to council by developers. They just haven't hit that stage of their development where they're due to actually make the payment. So it's reassuring to see that there is a pipeline of income developing, even if it hasn't actually hit the council's bank account yet. I'll jump forward. No, I'll pop in here now, just talk about figure 1. So a lot of efforts going into making sure we keep our rates affordable, and I have just put together a graph, and I think I've shared a version of this in the past a year or so ago, that shows the average residential rate as a percentage of our average household income in Wanganui. And I fully accept there are people that earn way below the average household income, and those people need to be looked after, and it's why we have things like rates and rations policy and all those other things. But on average, you can see that over the last decade, rates as a percentage of household income has been pretty flat. In fact, it's only increased by 0.07%. So some of the rhetoric that we hear around rates are going through the roof, council's out of control with its spending, actually the evidence doesn't stack up. That doesn't mean to say we can take our foot off the gas, and again, you can see the focus and drive we're putting behind keeping rates affordable through the 6-point plan. It will be interesting to see how we track in next year's annual plan, given the effort that we're already going through to try and bring that rates increase down. And as you know from some of the workshops, we were forecast at 6.6 in the long-term plan. I won't put a number out there now, but we all know that we're below that figure, and hopefully it will come as a pleasant surprise to our community when we eventually do land on a final figure and put that out to consultation in the new year. The final point I would just like to highlight is around the management restructure. I'm not going to go into any detail for the sake of preserving the dignity of staff that have lost their jobs. I would like to repeat, as the Mayor did at the beginning of the meeting, my thanks. The staff that have put their heart and soul into serving the community over many, many years, and their contribution is much appreciated, and we wish them all the best in whatever they move on to. I would, though, like to take a little bit of an opportunity to rebut some of the social media commentary about council being top heavy and having too many managers, and you'll see in paragraph 19 I've made a bit of a comparison to a typical ratio that you would see in the private sector. There's plenty of studies, Harvard Business Reviews, that indicate that kind of ratio of between 5 to 7 direct reports to a manager is optimal. More than 7, you start to see management performance significantly drop off as managers get overwhelmed with too much work in terms of managing too many people. We're sitting on average about 5 or 6 direct reports to every manager, which is kind of in the sweet spot. So I don't think we're top heavy. I think we're running a lean, an efficient organisation, but one that's still got the capacity to perform to a high standard as well, which is just as important. There's no point being cheap if we also destroy the value that we create and add at the same time. Otherwise, I don't want to skip over it, but enough has already been said about the opening of the Sergeant Gallery. So final honourable mention that opening weekend appeared to go very, very well, and the gallery's got a really good positive reception so far from visitors. I'll wrap up there and take questions.
I'm going to anticipate that we're going to go over 2:45. So, Councillor Charlotte, thank you. So I'll move I'm going to move the motion to continue the meeting past 6 hours. That the council resolves to continue to. You see what it says up there. So, Councillor Josh, Councillor Phillip at a second. I've already moved it. That's fine. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Motion carried. Right. Any questions for the Chief Executive, Councillor
Yes.
Ross?
Yeah, real quick, just to educate me, item 6, David, when it talks about the average household income, is that for a couple or a single? That's part 1. So when you do it, is it a couple of people or is it one person?
No, it's per household, so it will vary.
In the house?
Yeah, but those figures are based on the data we get from Infometrics as they report on the economic performance
So
across.
it's a national average, not a Wanganui average.
No, that's the Wanganui average.
It's our average.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Peter.
Yeah. In your performance thing, the cuts of service, can you give, well, where are we with the closure of the aviary?
Through your worship, myself and the team actually have a meeting with the Friends of the Aviary Trust tomorrow to continue to progress that. We're working through the finer points of detail around the sale of the structure and the ground lease, but also we've had to, I believe, give them a little bit of time so that they can get prepared and be in a position to take on the staff and take over the operations. So it's taking longer than expected. I can give you a further update after the meeting tomorrow.
Okay, I look forward to the update tomorrow then. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
Yep, thank you. David, how many people have been through the art gallery since it opened, do we know?
Through your worship, I don't have a figure off the top of my head, but it will be something that we'll be routinely reporting through the OMP committee, I imagine.
Councillor Rob.
Yeah. David, the aquatics at 50.8 of the target, that's quite high. Is it tracking like that? Is it is there any reason for that, or do we know?
Through you, your worship, I think this is still given we transitioned from Sport Wanganui running the facility for quite a while.
Okay.
Part of the reason I think we're outperforming is the number of people going to the facility is higher than expected, so we're collecting more entry fees as a result. Once we get a better calibration on what the annual average is, then I think our budgets will be a bit closer to the mark.
So those figures there would be without factoring in Wanganui East, if it's...
No, through you, that includes the revenue that we're targeting to collect from Wanganui East as well.
Yeah, but the current performance...
Oh, yes,
yeah,
correct. Yeah.
So there'll be no income from Wanganui East in that figure
correct.
At all?
Yeah.
Yet the target includes it?
Yeah, the target includes it, but obviously the actuals don't because we haven't yet started operating.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, no further questions, no. So I'll propose that we move the motion that the council receive the report, Chief Executive Report, December 2024. For a seconder, Councillor Kate, thank you. Do we have any comments? Councillor Rob?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is an exceptionally well-written report, David. I mean, I've been at council with 4 chief executives. I've never seen a report come forward like this. The last one and this one, it's very informative, sets some targets and tells us how we're achieving against them. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Ross.
Yeah. Just wanted to compliment the CE on the year 1 efficiency target, 111%. You exceeded it by 11%. That's phenomenal. Thank you for that focus. I can't ask the question because it's too late, but I don't know if the Avery has been handed over yet or not.
We just had that question. You maybe are out of the room, but so it's in motion to go through that. It's taking longer than expected. Yeah. Anyway, great. So no other comments. I'll just finish off by reiterating Councillor Robb's comments as well. The Chief Executive's report, I think it was extremely informative and incredibly helpful, and as our only employee to see the amount of work that we've seen the annual report today, which shows what council, the organisation delivers for our community every year. Our Chief Executive has highlighted just the last few months what he's been doing, what his focus has been, and I just want to, we've actually also just added, chaired by Councillor Jenny, the Chief Executive Performance Review just recently, and I have to say, David, you're doing an outstanding job, and on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for all the work you do. You are really delivering for us as a community and us as a council, and make it our jobs easy, so thank you. Yeah, so I'll get to the Merry Christmas soon, but we haven't quite got there. We need to close this one off. So I'll put the motion on the table. No further comments. All those in favour? Aye. Against? D2. Motion carried. Thank you. And thank you. I'll close off with a karakia. Mea noa tātou e te atua, kua hui, kua whakawiti, kōrero, kua whakarongo, nau I arahi, nau I manaki, nau I teiaki, I a tātou, kua whakatau, nā whakatonga, kia piki, nā poinga, mō te konehera, nā iwi, me te hapori, haumi e, hui e, taiki e, āmeni. Let us pray, dear God, we have gathered, discussed and listened. You have guided us, you have cared for and watched over us. Decisions have been made so that it would be benefits or improvements for the council, the people and the community. Bring forth unity. It is done. Amen. So meeting is closed. Just before I go, just for those on, Merry Christmas everyone. Yeah. Looks like you want to say something too, Sean.
I've just got a quick question, just for clarity. Why do we